Whoever's watching me now, y'all should be in bed. I'm over it. KR, I hope you're there. Um, Give me a second, everybody. I don't have my necklace of knowledge and wisdom. Can't be helped, Jedi. Can't be helped. I'm not gonna make a long opening, everybody. What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Um, and I, maybe I should take some time too for people who've never seen me. I am the Jedi. I call myself the Jedi because I'm possessed by the ancestors who came before me, the ones who are in history books now, who gave their life, who gave their time, but gave their last breath against the white terrorism and white oppression against African people. I'm possessed by them. I've said for many years, since I was very young, that I was born at the wrong time, because I'm ready to give it all over. Like, I don't have a bone of fear in my body, and I'm not afraid of things. Like, I will fight and kill, do you understand? And so that when I came to YouTube, well, at least when I realized that just anybody could do a video, because I had been watching videos for some time, and I really got turned on to it when I was in my wheelchair for just over a year, and I was at my friend Gwen's house, her family, and she's an amazing cook, so a lot of times we'd be in the kitchen. She had a beautiful kitchen, and they had this laptop, and you could just put anything, any song in, and it was on this thing called YouTube. So I didn't know, but whenever I discovered that anybody could do that, then I realized that I wasn't hearing, and I didn't even need YouTube for this. I just know in my own everyday life, I've lived all over the country, and I really don't hear black people that talk like me. You know, they may have a little testimonial, they testify to what you saying. Yeah, brother, you right. I get so sick of hearing that, especially from other black men. You know, I don't know anybody that with as much real fire as me. Like, really mean it to the core. No BS. Like, this is what it is, no games. And so it's a metaphor, because in the Star Wars movies, Luke Skywalker represented the last of the Jedi. He was the hope for the Alliance. He was endowed with, he wasn't afraid of the Empire. He wasn't afraid of Vader. He loved the Alliance, and he was ready to get out there. Let me get out there. I am a Jedi. I'm ready. I'm ready, you know. So that was the metaphor for me, that I am one of, if I'm not the only one, because I don't hear my voice nowhere. So if I'm not one of, I'm the only one who is standing ready to strike. And so for that reason, I call myself the Jedi. That's why. So I'm deeply pleased to announce two things. Most of you should know this already. And as I say this, there's a cop reaching in somebody's car and punching the crap out of them. It's being filmed from from the passenger to the, driver's side. As I'm speaking. But I was going to say, I'm very pleased to announce that I may have food in my teeth. I just realized. I didn't check my teeth. I had a very good dinner that I cooked tonight. But, first of all, there's new video. And I worked with myself over doing a live stream, or should I do a recorded video? Because, indeed, I did capture a lot of the new video that they were showing, and some of the most critical images came from, I think the brother is a Muslim. Don't hold me to that. And then some of the other images did come from Muslims, all right? And they were protecting and made sure that they didn't get into the clutches of the FBI, that they held on to it, and because they had got tipped off by the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post, something that starts with a W, and so they started feeling around to find out what was the best outlet to reveal this video, and they did that, and that's why we have this new video now. And that screenshot that I used for this piece is from one of those videos. That we understand that our brother was not resisting arrest. The white man is the devil and the definition of deception and lies. That's what they are, period. And so, of course they lie. We've seen this movie all over. That's why I say I don't know why we're not out doing something. You understand? That's meaningful, not burning down an auto zone. You see, that can be replaced. You see, an eye for an eye. And so, I don't understand why we allow them to sell us these vomit-ass excuses every time. At some point, you got to say, who's really insane? We know what they are. They've been showing us who they are since they encountered us in our motherland. That we know this is the devil. We know it. Like, if they're breathing, they're lying. I've said that forever, even before you knew me. If they are breathing, they are lying. They have no conscience. They're not beholden to anything but themselves. You understand? That's it. Somebody like that is extremely dangerous. And they're not worthy of any respect or honor or cooperation or anything. You understand? They are a beast. But sure enough, the video shows that he was not resisting arrest in any way at all, which we already knew that. No resisting arrest. And I'm pleased to report that I've been seeing violence breaking out finally all over the fucking country. I saw they showed in California where people were breaking windows of police cruisers. I loved it. All right? I don't need to condone it. That's like when they use alleged. So I would say I don't condone it, but I understand it, to quote Don Lemon. Donna Lemon. And I'm sure she had on a Louboutin heels just under the desk and we couldn't see it. And those eyebrows, Donna. Oh my God, I can't. Like Werewolf 2.0, but that's something else. It's not enough. But you understand that even when your soul is full, my grandmother used to say, when the soul is full is when your tears fall. You know? And when I would go to church with her, because my grandmother was a Christian, but she was a person of faith. She wasn't really a Christian. She was a Christian who believed that because she loved God. And she was almost Muslim, but my father couldn't get her past the Jesus Son of God thing. But I mentioned my queen of my universe, my existence, my everything, after the very breath of life. the greatest thing that God ever gave me was my grandmother, Rahimullah. Anyway, she used to say when she'd be in church, she was on the usher board. You know, they wear the white and the white gloves and all of it. And that's when I really understood, Cassandra, no, don't give to me on YouTube because they don't pay me no money. You feel me? That $10 will sit for probably 5 years sometime. You understand? Because they don't pay out until you make $100. I don't make that. I don't make anything. I love you, my sister. You know that. But I need you guys it breaks my heart. That could have been on the GoFundMe or on the Cash App. I love you, Cass. I love you. I love you. I love you. You know that I love you. I say again, maybe I need to start opening up my chats with this when I do these. If you're going to donate, everybody go to the Cash App. I am the Jedi 1814. No caps, no spaces. And then the link for the GoFundMe is under my video right now. Do not donate to me on this thing. Don't. I need your donation, but not on here. I love you, Cass. Thank you so much. I'll get it eventually, somewhere in 5 years, maybe. Look, I'm not even being funny. But anyway. So, quick PSA. I need your donations, everybody. We're probably at most $3,000 away from the $10,000 goal. I need you to donate whatever you have in your own personal power to go to the GoFundMe. The link is under the video. Or you can donate on Cash App, which I am the Jedi 1814. It's just like that. There's no caps, there's no spaces. It's a $ and the Jedi 1814. 1814 because Janet Jackson is my wife. Rhythm Nation 1814. So the Jedi 1814. All right. Now, but my grandmother used to, sometimes you get up and make a testimonial. And that's why I don't even understand today's Christianity, because they got all these bishops and saints and prophets and all this other vomitous nonsense and trick act. My grandmother would get up and she'd say, first, giving honor to God, pastor, deacons, and friends. I'm not going to start crying. Not going to do it. But that's when I would really see my grandmother cry, you know. And I say, Grandma, how come you crying? Why was you crying? And she say, because the soul is full. I use that now because I can't remember Dr. King's quote, but he was saying that protest is the voice of something. Somebody get the quote and put it in the chat. Yes. Because what are we supposed to do? I watched one of the witnesses, Donald Williams. He was being interviewed by Cuomo. This was a powerful brother. He broke down during this interview, but he was a warrior because he didn't hold his tongue. If I had to say anything, he let it slip, probably just out of training, living in this society. He let it slip, the whole America has to come together. That made me, I threw up for about a half hour just over that. But he was powerful because he was on the scene. And we see him in the video, and we hear his voice and all of that. And he said how, you know, because he's a mixed martial artist, it turns out, and he has taught the police, or some of the police, or something like mixed martial arts, or whatever. And he said that he made it clear, and I don't think I knew this before he said it. He wasn't on his neck on the back, everybody. He was on his jugular for 5 minutes, at least. By any account, at least. It's more than that, but at least 5 minutes. But what the brother also drew our attention to is that he was, what did the word he used? Oh man. it's like when you jugging. I say that. Jugging. Like you jugging it in. Jugging. You feel me? And so this is what he was doing with his knee. And he said he made eye contact with this white beast. And he because he's a mixed martial artist, he has a acumen with regard to how to injure a human body and those types of things. So he was telling him what the potential was. Like you know what you can do right there, you know. And he looked. The devil was looking right in the eye, and he said this dude had shit in him. They didn't bleep it out. I appreciated that too. He said he had shit in him. You understand? He didn't have no soul. He had nothing. And I was saying, y'all know me. I'm talking to the TV going because he's a fucking devil. You understand? And they all are devils. And what perplexes me is in these scenes that are coming out of Minneapolis and Los Angeles and other places of these protests, I see white people. I don't go out and protest. You understand? Because that's not enough for me. That doesn't satisfy my itch. That does not scratch me. It doesn't. It doesn't. But were I out there in the streets, I would be organizing that we run white people the fuck off. That confuses the images that go around the world. It confuses our people as well. And our children, the next generation. They need to see our ancestors, our parents, our uncles were out there. They were doing it. Not these fucking all these other people. If you that in love with us, because the people that's getting this shit happen to them don't look like none of y'all bitch ass, even if you quote Brown, you understand? Take your bitch ass several blocks over and do what you need to do. That's what satisfies me. I'm over this. I see all these fucking people out there. And when fires and things like that start, it's probably one of these white devils doing it. You see what I'm saying? I don't trust any of them at all. I have a no white people policy. You understand? And I have very good reason for that I don't need to explain or make any excuse for. I don't need to. And I won't. There'll be no coddly language here for white people. You understand? You want to feel nice about yourself, go the fuck someplace else. You will not get it from the Jedi. Ever. Won't happen. So, this makes me sick. And just that is always the case. And one thing, again, you have to know your enemy, your environment, and your condition. You have to know this beast. From their elderly to their newborns, they are one thing. And what I know about them, and you should know, or learn. And look, there's somebody else now. The bitch is pressing their face. I mean, this is random, dude. Like, I don't usually have nothing on. I'm just focused with y'all. Like, I don't have music going on. I don't do nothing else. This is still on. Anyway, one thing I know about them is this term, rush. Like, white people do stupid shit, unhuman shit that nobody else does for a rush. That's why most people dropping dead, thankfully, from opioids and all the heroin, all of it, and meth is white people. All right? That's a good thing in my mind. You understand? But this is indicative of this rush that I'm describing. This need to do something just to do it. Any of the videos you watch they have dumb videos on MTV or on VH1 or on YouTube or anywhere where they ride a skateboard and they jump off a house and they jump into a frozen lake. It's never us, dude. It's this beast. They the ones that do that. Sniffing paints, eating salt or whatever, bath salt or something they were doing that was big a couple years ago, whenever it was. I mean, this is who they are, dude. You have to understand, so that you understand when you start allowing yourself to vocalize this phrase of we're all the same and love sees no color and stuff. You say, wait a minute. Once you realize you're not part of that, then your language changes. You understand? Because what you say, what you say determines how you relate and react. That's not my quote. I'm trying to quote my own damn self, and I don't. But anyway, you understand what I'm saying. The words you use, How you think about something is how you relate and react to that. If you understand as I do that they are not any fucking thing like me, and indeed a detriment to anything that I will ever try to achieve on the planet, then your whole reaction to them becomes different. Your language becomes different. You understand? It mirrors more like the Jedi. You understand? So, in my mind, them being out there for these protests with their little backpacks and their bandanas on, even before there was any alleged virus, just constitutes a rush for them. They're not invested. Why would I be? Because I'm just a fair-minded person and a consistent man. Something happens to white people or anybody else, I'm really not concerned. I will sit back and go, that's a terrible thing. Especially if a white person is exacting it upon them. I would be like, oh, but now y'all see how we feel. I just know how I'm going to feel. But I'm not using my energy to come out and fight for you. My battle is too constant, and my climb is too steep. I just don't have it for you. You understand? I just don't. I just don't. So I don't need you coming out for our shit because you don't mean it and because you're the very perpetrators of our shit. I ask you now, who amongst us, if you had women out protesting rape, just out protesting rape, like they have their women's something march, Me Too. But I want to make it a different hypothetical. Let's say you had, like, a lot of rape victims had gotten together, and now they're out marching, with their little ribbons on, and they're out protesting rape of women. And now male rapists are joining them. Or just even the men aren't rapists, just that they're men that are joining them. So it could kind of be a problem, I would think, if I'm a woman, especially. Like, I just really don't need to see a man right now, whether you're a rapist or not. Because you represent the thing that attacked me. You understand? I'm probably not going to pet a chihuahua if I've just been bit by a pit bull. I mean, this is just common sense. Unless you're seduced by these people, then your thinking gets rewired and you're on a different frequency and you can't function. You understand? And you start to mimic them in word and in deed. And it's usually antithetical to what is beneficial for you. We have to stop the madness, everybody. And yes, we must rejoice when something happens to them. We must rejoice. Because that is the natural human instinct. Natural. Who amongst us did not go see a fucking Rocky movie? The one with the fucking Drago. Or the whatever his name was. The Russian. And everybody cheered when Rocky knocked him out. We didn't say, oh, you shouldn't cheer for that. Bitch, please. I can only cheer because it's in a movie? No, the shit is in real life. I am glad when shit happens to white people. I celebrate. I do cartwheels. You understand? I should. I can and I will. Because that's what they created. And when you cheer for someone's demise, it's because you know that's what they deserve and they created it. That's what you get, as we say. All growing up as a child with my brothers and sisters, who are all inferior to the Jedi, by the way. When one would do something to the other one and you got in trouble, or I hit you back, that's what you get. You always put a on it, Revenge is the natural calling of the heart. When you've been wronged, deliberately. Hear that, my people, because there's a distinction. Like, a consistent, fair-minded human being has no issue with accidental infraction. Somebody steps on your shoe at the bank. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's no problem. You're apologizing with them. It was clearly a mistake. It's not a problem. And, oh, my God, they tripped going out the bank, and you rush over to help them because, oh, my God, we just had that encounter where you accidentally stepped on my foot, and now you're going down, and I feel bad, and we should just go have coffee, But you came in that bitch and stomped on my foot on purpose. I'm glad when the fucking plate glass shattered on your way out and sawed your neck in half. I'm doing cartwheels behind you and yelling Allahu Akbar. That is the natural calling of the heart. Let not the calling of our heart be silenced, my people, because they've been doing that for generation and generation. And they definitely do not want one like me to come forth. That's why they were attacking and still attacking. But when I have my big channel, I'm a problem. How many hundreds of millions at the very least, of people are on fucking YouTube. But I'm the problem? Yes, I'm the problem. Because I come with no fear. And I speak exactly what the fuck is the truth. And they don't like that. Because what? Again, your enemy, your environment, your condition. And you're dealing with a beast who does not like to hear the truth about themselves. This is why they showed a montage today. Yet again, they didn't need it. Of the orange puff that's in office. From January to now, or it might have been earlier, they were showing clip after clip of the shit he was saying about the fucking virus. He represents, you need to understand, everybody, just like the flag, the stars and stripes represents America. You see that anywhere more, you go, that's America flag, that's an American flag. Donald Trump, hear this, my people, write it down. Donald Trump is white people. He is them. That's their mascot. It represents them. Because who amongst us thinks that every single thing that he's done, before we even get to the montage about the virus, every single thing that he's done, when we see white people out with their guns on their hip, just because they're pissed off at a mayor for not opening something in their city in a damn pandemic, that if Obama was this much of a fucking liar, they would storm the fucking White House. But we don't see anybody storming the White House. I have heard no reports of any storming the White House, shooting at the White House, attempt on the president's life, attempt on Air Force One. Haven't heard a single report. That's glaring. I will tell you, you can put it right out in the open and no one will see it. Obama was giving a State of the Union address which goes across the earth, and a white devil beast yells out, "You are a liar." All the white devils joined together and said, they yelled, "You lie." That doesn't even sound like English. Doesn't even sound American, because there's a difference in speaking English and speaking American. Understand that. Not that your boy's brilliant on that topic. My Nigerian brother called me on that. Because I said one day, I speak perfect English. He goes, "No, brother, you do not speak English. You speak American." I love him so much. That is my brother. I love him, dude. I just love him. I love him. You know why I love Amos so much, you guys? He's one of the very few human beings that exist on the earth that has ever come into my orbit, outside of my grandmother, that I feel my own spirit echoed back to me. That's what it is. That's what it is. All I get from him is righteousness and goodness and kindness. He is that. I love him. But there's a difference speaking American and speaking English, everybody. And as I lost my train of thought and forgot what I was saying, somebody remind me what I was saying. I'm not even looking at your chat. What was I saying? Anyways, damn it. What was I saying, everybody? It's late. It's early. It's late. It's late. I tell you, the next day doesn't begin until the sun comes up for Muslims. Like, it's not a new day. Has anybody saw the sun? Somebody saw the sunrise? Somebody saw it at midnight? Somebody saw it? Nobody? Nobody? All right, still the same day. All right, done. Somebody tell me what I was saying. This will tell me if you're listening also. Oh, the orange puff. Yes, I am Khalifa. I just saw you as soon as I looked. I am sleepy. And I almost took a sleeping pill before I got on here. I was like, no, you're going to go live. You can't. Don't. I was like, I think I'm done. Like, let me take my ass. Yeah. So the Orange Puff. Um, no reports. Yet, Obama, alhamdulillah, all knowledge is with Allah, everybody, at any moment. At any moment, every millisecond, every moment of existence, all knowing, all knowledge, all inspiration, all memory, all recall, all of it, anything, your name, your school, all of it is with the divine. You only know what he allows you to know at any given moment. That's it. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You are dust and nothingness. Always remember that. It'll keep you in a humble place. But alas, and this beast yells out, you're a liar. They try to say, said you lied. Give me a break. But not one fucking anybody where he's been speaking anywhere for the Orange Puff has yelled out, you're a fucking liar. Because if I get anywhere near him, that's all I'm going to be screaming. Even if they start dragging me away, I'm still going to be screaming it. You're a fucking liar. You understand? It's whatever, because that's how they all are. They just say it. They just say it. How many times I've dealt with a white bitch anywhere on the phone, or I'm making a complaint in a store or stuff like that, and they just say anything. I was at the Family Dollar one day. It's a while back. And I understand that in my state, people that get food stamps, they get a bag. Because in a lot of states, you don't get a bag now unless you pay for it. Like, the first time shit happened to me, I was like, I will punch you if you don't stop playing with me. I didn't know anything about it. It's the most ridiculous thing. But it's a test of the will of the people. I'm going to come back to that. And remind me. But anyway, so I very defiantly, when they ask, would you like a bag? I'm like, fuck no. When they're free, I'll want one. That's usually my answer. So, but once I realized that the people that get food stamps are supposed to get a bag, like it's you just revert back to what used to always be since we all came to fucking Earth. And I realized that because I live in a black neighborhood, and I realized that my people that are on these benefits are carrying their shit out. I'm the Jedi. That's not okay with me. So when I realized that, I said to her, I said, you need to give these people bags. Well, it's only if they ask, no, you're supposed to revert back to the shit that always has been on. This is this is not the norm. The norm is people get a bag. And those people on benefits, they get a bag. They don't need to ask. That bag is paid for. Otherwise, somebody's getting that kickback because the bag didn't suddenly become free. It's still fucking 10 cents. They need a bag. Well, it's only if they ask. I go, no, bitch, you need to give them a bag. You need to leave. I go, just because a black man is in your face wearing a do-rag, I need to leave, bitch. I don't need to leave. And I will stand here and I will prosecute your bitch ass until I feel satisfied that you can give my people a bag. I was loud. They don't play any music in the store. I was loud. Everybody heard me. And her Latino co-worker was sitting over there like a canary in the mine, just a grinning and loving every minute of it. Challenge the bitch. But I'm just trying to express how just anything comes out. I was also, you guys know when I found out I have a fractured shoulder. When I got my CD from my results, the bitch, I noticed that on the CD my name was spelled wrong, the phonetic way, because my name only exists in Arabic. So when I'm really want to piss white people off, I write it in Arabic. But most of the times I write it phonetically, so you can actually say it. Well, there's a letter missing off my name. I can't have that, because then you've changed the entire meaning of my name. So I said to her, because at first she was kikiing with me, depends on how I show up. If I show up in my traditional garments, then I get a very quiet, mystical response from white people. Very don't upset. It's very like it short circuits them in a way from just momentarily from their evil because they don't know how to hate it. You see, because I'm dressed like that, I'm not an Arab, and I have an Arabic name, and I'm white, I don't know what to do, help, you see. But when I show up looking like this, white bitches expect I'm supposed to hit on them. You understand? So I think that was her end, you know. And so uh, when they gave me the CD, and I said, you know, I was about to turn to go, and I looked. I go, oh wait, my name's Flo. She goes, oh, it's no problem. I go, no, it's a problem, and I'll tell you why. I said because my name only exists in Arabic. This is so that you can read it. So the fact that there is a letter missing from my name has changed the entire meaning of my name completely. Now she turns into whitebitch.com. You see, I'm a problem now. So from in about half of the time it told me to just tell you the story, less than that, she transformed from Kiki to hateful white bitch. That's why I tell you, you have to always piss them off, and you will get the truth that comes out of them. You know, it's like a pinata. You got to hit it, and you go, oh, there's candy. Finally, you see. You all that have watched my video about how to have the perfect relationship, one of the things that I prescribe in that is that when you go on when you're dating someone, for y'all folks that don't interact the way that Muslims do, so I spoke in your context for you, that when you go out, at some point when you're going out, second, third date, whatever, piss the other person off. Piss them off. Piss them off and see what happens. And let it go for as long as you want to enjoy it. And then say, you know what? I did that on purpose. Because I needed to know how you handle conflict resolution. I needed to know how you do. You know. So this is the same thing. It's the same exercise with white people. You understand? And it's only necessary so you can prove to yourself that indeed they really are all the same. That they will all have the same reaction to you. You know, there's some buildings that are next to where I live, and there's some white people, one white couple. Everybody else in that thing is black, but there was one white couple, meth heads, and then there was some other meth heads that came up, and it was a black dude who worked on the white dude's truck, and he had a white bitch. And the first day that she was upset with him, what did she yell out just as I was coming out of my gate? You fucking nigger! And I said to him, you can never speak to me again. Because at least before that, I at least say hello. And he'd come over, hey, how you doing? No, you don't ever speak to me. Because I don't accept you as my brother. You see the first thing that came out of her mouth? The first thing. And she's supposed to love you. And I'm one of these people, like, you're guilty by association with me. Like, if I'm not friends with you, then anybody that I know that knows you cannot be friends with me. Because they are a liability. You understand? You're a liability. You can't have access to me by proxy in any way. I protect my space. You understand? I am the king of my vessel, the captain of my ship, and I stand at my gate. And I prescribe that for all my people. You understand? I don't have friends of enemies of friends and shit. Nah, I control my space. If you are friends with anybody that I don't like, I am not friends with you. Period. The end. That's just it. That's just it. I don't care if you're the homie or who you are. And definitely if you end up with some white heifer or a white dude, then I'm definitely done with you because we don't share the same value now. Our blackness has been compromised. You're not going to be able to speak to me the way that I'm going to speak to you because you're trying to protect the interest of the fact that you're with this white person. And I just can't allow this. So I have to move on. Again, I protect my space. You understand? You have to control the things that you can control in life, everybody. That's why God gave you free will. You understand? To control yourself and your environment around you. Allah says to us in the Quran when he talks about conflict, he says, I've laid out the earth like a carpet for you. He's saying that you have to know that the Arabic language because there's words that's so much more depth. This is so cheap what I'm telling you. But this is the only way you'll understand it. But he's saying to you that I could cry. I'm not going to cry. Damn it. My people need to know how the divine speaks. You're not going to ever know that in a Bible. You can't know it. You can't know it. The way Allah speaks, everybody, is so... It's... I can't even... It's too much. But he says he's laid out the earth like a carpet. But you have to know the passage, the ayah in which he's speaking in this. And he's basically telling you that there's really no need for you to ever have conflict because of how there's enough space for you, just put it in simple terms for you. Like the earth is big enough, you don't have to deal with nobody. You understand? But he doesn't just mean it in that way. He means that in your own self as well. It's so many layers to it, though. I'm telling you. Oh my God, subhanAllah. But, but this free will is also a part of that. That you have control of that. I control my life. I control it. And people that get frustrated with me is because they want to compromise that, or they're used to being able to compromise and invade, have too much control. It's not going to happen. And I don't give a fuck if you're pissed off. That's the other thing they hate too. You know, like I'm just not changing my stride or my cadence for anybody. I don't need to. My responsibility is to my Creator and righteousness, and they are the same thing. You know, you can't have a relationship with the Creator unless you have a deep interest in righteousness. It's just not possible. That's like you're trying to drive a car that has no wheels on it, no axle, but there you are in the driver's seat. You're not going nowhere because wheels are synonymous with cars. We agree. You understand? So truth and righteousness are synonymous with the divine. It must be important to you, or you can't say that I'm spiritual, and I love God. You don't. If a lie will just roll off your tongue with no problem, you got a problem. You're a psychotic. You're a psychopath. You're some title that's not flattering. I will just say that, you know. But there was something I was going to go into. I was going to say that, yeah, I told you guys to remind me. Who's going to remind me now? I said I'll go into that. I'll go into that. Who's going to remind me? Come on, you guys. Are we listening to the Jedi? So what was I saying? Remember, there was a point I said I'll come back to that because I wanted to stay on the thought that I was on. So this is why nothing gets done. Okay, that's fine. Anyways, so I'm just trying to say that, you know, I don't feel any type of way that the people are out in the streets, you know. It's not enough. You know, I saw the family of George, and there was two burly brothers, and there was the sister doing all the speaking, which always fucking happens. I'm sick of it. I always tell you, when black men always want to pump their chest and hold their dick, but when it's time to be a man, I don't see you nowhere in action, bruh. I don't see you. One brother was weeping and unconsolable. I ain't mad at him for that. And the other brother was kind of stoic, but the sister was the one speaking. I'm over it. You understand? It needs to be black men. Should be like no fucking white people near us. No women, no children. It should be black men. If we're going to be in the streets, it should be brothers in the street. If we're going to tear shit up, there should be brothers tearing shit up. Whatever we're going to do, it should be brothers doing it. Those are the images that should go around the world. I've been saying this for years. I've been saying this because that's the truth of it. And there was the sister speaking. And I'm sure she's already been counseled by the Ben Crumps of the world and the other one, the M dude that I can't ever think of now. Lee Merritt. Yeah. That I've always come in and give you, like you're gonna be on TV now, so make sure you say this and say that, and you just go for it, cause it's a new thing for you. Cameras, a lawyer, TV. You're already in crisis. You see, but that's why I'm a different human being. Cause nothing. I don't care what environment or background you're gonna put around me. I'm still the same dude. I am. Like I don't change for shit. I just don't. I don't fucking change. I don't care. Just to tell you, just to show you how far I will go. I was muezzin in our mosque for 4 years. I told you guys that the muezzin is the most trusted person in the Muslim community, next to the imam. Like I take care of the mosque. I make the call to prayer. Nothing goes on in the mosque without them coming to me, etc., etc. So I was making the call to prayer in front of the entire congregation, and I'm on closed circuit because the women are on the other side. And the sheikh, who was a visiting sheikh, look, it was Osama bin Laden. He was that man. He was very tall, beautiful Arab man, but very tall and lanky. It was Osama, dude. And so when I'm making the call to prayer, he is sitting there on the thing right in front of me. I'm on the mic, and there's a part in the call to prayer when you say Hayal el Salah, Hayal el Salah, Hayal el Falah, Hayal el Falah. And I was in the emotion of the call to prayer. So when I did I was Hayal. I'm not gonna do it now. It would be an insult to the call. But and I don't have wudu. But I didn't articulate. He's mic'd. I mic him when he comes in. I also help the whoever's going to do the Arabic translation. If he's going to speak in Arabic, I help them also. So I mic him. My point is he's mic'd. So he's correcting me. So I'm all in emotion, hello, and he's all. Wallahi, it's the truth. Well, I'm a defiant, arrogant, emotional black man. Sign me up, I'm guilty. And I'm on the mic, and when I finish, he goes, brother, I go, I don't need to pronounce it the way you pronounce it. You don't tell me how to speak. It's heard by the whole mosque. May Allah protect me. That's the truth, everybody. It's a true story. You don't tell me what to do. Like, I don't mind him telling me, but then after the khutab was over, he came to me to apologize. That's a good Muslim. Brother, I'm sorry. I said, I don't mind that you corrected me. You didn't have to do it in front of the whole damn congregation. That's my problem. That's my problem. Like, don't correct me. Because we, as Muslims, we always give each other the benefit of the doubt. We assume your pursuit is good, so we wait. You understand? And so I'm muezzin. I must know if I'm making call to prayer in front of the entire congregation. And that he didn't give me the benefit of the doubt, and that he corrected me in front of the entire congregation, and he's Osama bin Laden, was a problem for your boy. You understand? You understand? And so, why did I just tell you that? So, because I'm just defiant like that. I don't change. I don't care what the background is or what the scenery is. That's called integrity, everybody. Integrity. Principle. You understand? Foundation. You have to know what you're made of. But the foundation must be truth and righteousness, and you just build from that. Every action, every breath, every intent, every deed comes from that same base. And then you can just be as defiant as you want to against what's wrong and what's not right. You understand? That's where I live from. That's where I live from. So my background don't change. I don't care how much my background changes. I don't change. I'm the same dude in any environment you're going to put me in. That's just it. That's just it. That's just it. Damn it. And I've been that way since as long as I can ever remember. And I don't need to change. I don't need to. Let me see what you people that are not listening to me are saying. Um, Again, Cassandra, your heart is in the right place. I thank you for that donation. Thank you so much. And I wish the rest of you guys would take her her lead on that. But don't give on here. Go to the GoFundMe or go on the Cash App, the Jedi 1814. All right. Again, K.R. Watkins, I know the struggle. My sister hit me up and said I should be in bed. My alarm is going to be going off pretty soon. And I was just about to hit the go live button, like I had done the thumbnail and everything, and all the other stuff, and it's just you hit go live, and it gleamed K.R. Watkins. I'm like, oh my god, I'm about to go live. I was like, she got cameras in my house. I'm saying, you never know. Anyways, well, I'm here to bring you up to speed, KR. So don't feel so bad. Plus, some of it can be so overwhelming that you just tune it out at some point. So don't feel bad on that. Shout out to Lightbearer. Um, Shout out to Ann Can. Haven't seen that name in a little while. Um, T Tani. Well, I'm woke. You woke me up, Jedi. Well, Allahu Akbar. I'm so pleased to hear that. All glory is to Allah. KR, I almost feel like this world is moving at a faster pace now. It's been moving at that pace, KR. That's a very good thing to ponder, because I believe that it's always been moving at that pace. It's just now we can see it in real time, because this is their society. Remember, you always have to catch yourself as a tourist, as just an observer or a third-party visitor, and you watch, you see, and you see that this is the rhythm of them. Everything's right now and in a hurry, and just must be right now, and work ourselves to death, and I work from 11 to 8, at night till 8 in the morning, and all this kind of bullshit. And there are societies where they do not understand that. You understand? There in Ghana, even there are times during the day when they just I think you close down from noon to 5. Like, just go home, go home, go home, go home. You know, there's more time to just be with humanity and your family and your children, to ponder creation. You understand? To tend your garden even. How many of y'all growing anything right now? Not a one. You understand? But don't feel bad because I'm not growing anything either. You understand? It's too like this in this country. You understand? They want to open up. Here they are opening up the entire country now, but at the same time, the big headline on the thing is, U.S. reaches 100,000 deaths. Really? So you're opening, but you're going. So I'll carry the one and see if that helps us. See, carry the one. I still don't get it. You see, no. Yeah. This is what they're doing, because money is their god. Inshallah, all these people are going to hell. You understand? They want paradise right now. Get all you can get. Have the biggest boat and the vacation and a house in Provence, and make sure you have the private jet and all of it. And this means nothing. This life can be quantified, you understand? In a number. In a number. In a number. I want you to really hear that. Hear that. This life can be quantified in a number. Remember, the Jedi always speaks from the heart. This is what the Divine is giving me right now. This life can be quantified in a number. Why is that important, Jedi? Because the hereafter, there is no number. It is forever. Until I have to take a breath. You understand? When I did the video that's here on the channel called Who is Allah? Go see it. And the brother shows you when he's speaking about the seven heavens and Allah being the Lord of the Arsh. I've recited for you the Qudsi of Allah. It's one of the most powerful revelations that came down over the 23 years that the Quran was being revealed to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this Qudsi Allah is always describing to you who He is and what He's about, what His attributes are. And Qudsi is so powerful because He really goes hard on it, like really telling you, you know, it's even more in depth than when Ikhlas was sent down, because every prophet always asks God, who do I tell the people you are? You know, it's kind of like the MC, you know, on shows I've been on. And, you know, usually MC will come backstage and go, how do we introduce you? You know, if you're not already on there or they don't know, they go, how do I introduce you? That's kind of like that. So every prophet that Allah has ever sent has always said, who do I tell the people you are? How do I tell them? You know, Musa alayhi salam, the one that you call Moses, when he asked Allah the same thing, when the Prophet Muhammad asked him, then Allah said to him, Qul hu Allahu ahada, Allahu samad, lam yulid wa lam yulad wa lam yakuluhu kufuwan ahada. Say Qul, but it's again those words, because Qul it's not translatable in English. It's a command, it's a tell it, it's a direct order, it's so firm, it's an iceberg landing on you. Qul, Qul hu Allahu ahad. Say He is Allah, the one and only. Allahu Samad, the self-subsisting, the eternal, the only absolute. Walam yulid, walam yulad. He begets not, nor is He begotten. Walam yakuluhu kufuwan ahad, and there is none like unto Him. He is one. But this walam yakuluhu kufuwan ahad, Allah is also telling you, not only is He one, but there's not even anything that your mind that He made is even possible of being worshipped. You understand? It's too much. It's too much. You don't know the divine. But I mention that to say that when Allah talks about the seven heavens, and so that we know that Allah revealed to the Prophet that even the distance between an angel's ear and his shoulder would take a bird 500 years to fly. Allahu Akbar. That same amount of time between each heavens, but we don't know at what speed. And there's seven of them. And Allah is over all of that. You understand? Your Maker is not of this world, my people. He's over it. And for all the gazillion galaxies that we know of, that's just one heaven. You need to understand that. All the Hubbles that we've sent up and all the satellites and we've looked and we've seen Mars and we saw the moon and we saw it all, and that's just in one fucking heaven. That's one heaven. One, bitch. One. You understand? And there's seven. For all the billions of stars that we see in our solar system, that's just one heaven. One. One. So for the Christian who would buy this vomit, that your Maker would come down from the arsh and sequester Himself into a man and defecate and urinate and have erections and have temptation and desire and anger and all that shit and sit on a toilet. You are out of your fucking mind and you insult the one who creates. Oh my God, I can't. I can't. I can't. You need to go and watch that video, Who is Allah? That's what you need to do. You need to do that. You need to do that. You need to do that. Because you do not know the Qudsi of Allah. He's over everything. And this whole, what is that, John 3:16, for God so loved the world that He sent His only begotten Son. No, bitch, He did not. He does not love this world. You understand? At all. This was a temporary place of punishment for the first people who disobeyed Him at the behest of the shaitan. Not Eve tempting Adam with an apple. They were both seduced by the devil. Probably a white devil, just saying. Because the white man is the devil. Like, that's it for me. That's it. Just how people sit and recite Nam Yoho Renge Kyo, for me, it's white man's the devil, white man's the devil, white man's the devil, white man's the devil, Nam Yoho Renge Kyo, white man's the devil. It's the same thing for me. It's the same thing. And I'm not Buddhist, so I don't be sitting doing Nam Yoho Renge Kyos. But I'm just saying. So they were both whispered to by the devil. It was more on the note of come on in here, man. I get you that free whatever. The boss ain't here, so we good. It's kind of like that, to make it simple for you. And so they both disobeyed. So they were put down on the earth. And so Allah does not love this world. And he don't got no begotten son. Because again, you have to know something about language, everybody. You don't know. Look up begotten. You don't get to beget or begot unless you're having physical sex. You're telling me the Lord of all creation is having intercourse, bitch? That's a human act. It's animal. It's primal. It's the lowest thing you can do. That the divine who can say, be kun fayakun, and it is. You need to know the one that created you. Because the closer you draw to him, the farther you draw from white people. And the more clarity of their evil halo you see sitting, the aura of evil around them. You understand? You see it. But as long as you are pursuing to be them and be amongst them and befriend them, you're like that which you are. What you've heard since you were a kid. You are what you eat. You are what you eat. We've heard this. You're also the people that you hang around. You're those people. You're those people. Show me who you hang out with. I'll tell you who you are. You understand? That's who you are. That's who you are. So you become like them. You become like them. You become like them. Even Allah says this to mankind. You understand? So, who you take to your bosom is very important. But again, it goes back to controlling your space. Being the captain of your vessel. Standing at your gate. Nah. Where I used to live. Before I moved here. It'll be 3 years in October. I can't believe it's that damn long. Kid that lived 2 doors down from me. Him and his father had moved in. His name is Akeem. And I really respected his father. I thought they were Muslim. I feel like his father probably had some kind of Nation of Islam experience or something, just based on his name. But they weren't Muslim. And they weren't Nation of Islam. But Akeem has a white bitch for a girlfriend. Some bitch named Jessica. I'm over it. Who knew I couldn't stand her on site. And here he was. My unit was the first one. So when you park your car, you got to walk past me. If you live on our side of the court. And I'm coming out, and Akeem greets me, and some white dude with him. Of course, I greet my brother. The white dude was extending his hand, and I looked at him like this, like I smelled something that was rotten and stunk, and I said, I don't shake your hand. I just don't do that. And then I turned back to Akeem and continued to have my conversation as if he did not exist. That is consistency, everybody. That's awareness. That's also the courage to exercise your free will in spite of what makes them comfortable. We don't have any, this is the one thing Donna Lemon said that I finally, because usually Cuomo goes off and then they lead into Donna, and I haven't watched the news in forever. Like, I just don't need to. But today I did. And, the other person's going and they lead into somebody else's, where they were really on both of them because he was still talking to Cuomo. When Cuomo was trying to bring him in, they were like at least 10 minutes into the Don Lemon show, and he was still at Cuomo. But one thing that Donna Lemon said, who was married to a white beast-ass, devil-ass man, said what I've said to you a million times, but I'll say it in my language. Black folks don't have shit to do at all. It's white people that have the work to do. And Don said it. He left it as an open question. When he finished, he said, so the only people that have work to do, and then Cuomo goes, is white people. And Don Lemon goes, So one for Donna, just one for her ass. But that, I've said that forever. We don't need to make these people feel comfortable. We can be as defiant and as withdrawn and as standoff, and we don't have shit to do with you as we want to. That is our right. based on ongoing crime wave and terrorism against us that never ended. You draw a straight line from the motherland from then till now. I sit here now on this day in 2020, allegedly 2020, because I'm obsessed with knowing where I really am at in time. As Muslims, we're on the lunar calendar, but I don't want to know who I am, where I am in time from the prophets. I want to know where I am in time from the moment that Allah said be and the universe began to form. I want to know that year. That's what I want to know. I'm tired of writing 2020 or any fucking date, even my own birthday. I'm over it. That's why I'm eternally 25. Well, I really am 25, but if I wasn't, KR, go to bed. Even if I wasn't, I'd still be 25. Let me read some comments. We'll just do that. All right, fine. Moving on. I shouted out. Okay. Yeah, because KR was saying it feels like the world's moving faster. Yeah. And then Tia says, RT says, I'm with you, bruh. And then hello to Lightbearer, and then you guys were talking. And then KR says there are 15 people watching. Thumbs up, y'all. Thank you, KR. I just didn't have the energy to start bitching y'all about thumbsing up the damn video. I'm just really, because I'm just sick and tired of fighting this white devil, and then I come here and I give my time now at this late hour across the earth, and then I got to battle my own people. Like, you just see my melanated face, you go give the brother a thumbs up just out of respect. That's like if you walked in my house and you didn't take your shoes off and greet me. You understand? This is the same thing. You're in my house, right? Literally, you're in my house. In real time. Give me a fucking thumbs up out of respect. Period. That's just, you just do that. Damn. But I appreciate you for that. For getting on him, KR. Again, another shout out to Khalifa the Most High, and also Khalifa, if you're still listening. I announced to you guys that I'd already secured that I was getting internet, I got a great price, and blah, blah, blah. Well, it turns out the white devil lied to me, because the Monday that they were supposed to come, and they were supposed to be shipping the equipment, I didn't get it. So I was calling like, yeah, I was supposed to get my equipment, and I didn't get anything. And they were calling me because the price that I was quoted was $18. And I paid an additional $5 so I'd have Wi-Fi. So it was $22 that they charged me. And I was told it was high speed. In fact, the white devil said to me, we had a discussion about the speed. He said, well, some number is usually considered high speed anyway. So you're probably not going to need any more speed than this. And I was like, yeah, and if I need more, I can just call up and get that, whatever. But I was very confident that this was going to be it. This motherfucker, when they were calling me to tell me that there was a problem, that's when I found out the white devil lied. Because again, they're born liars. Everybody, the definition of deception. That the other white devil that I was now speaking to, that was in retention, always has to speak to retention with any company. You understand? If you can't get anything from them, then just give up. Because they are the ones that are empowered to give you all the shit. You understand? And if they can't get it to you, then sometimes you can go over their head. I just didn't feel like fighting that day. I'm over it. But he told me that indeed the speed that I was being sold was akin to dial-up. I wasn't getting anything fast for less than $80 a month, basically. I'm not paying that. I'm moving to Africa. I'll pay $80 when I move to Africa. I'm not paying for that shit here, you understand? Not only that, nothing else in my fucking life. I don't pay that for car insurance. I don't pay that for my cell phone. Nothing else in my life costs that. Except for my fucking rent. Do you understand? My light bill don't cost that. My gas bill don't cost that. My car insurance don't cost that. My cell phone don't cost that. What else am I responsible for? Nothing else costs that. Nothing else costs that in my life. Nothing costs that. Nothing costs that. I live by myself, so I don't spend that on groceries even. I eat like a bird. You could obviously see that. Like, nah. So, nah. So I was trying to get all kinds of angles, and I think I would have got what I wanted, but the guy was working from home, so you could tell he was literally at his own house and all that stuff. You could tell. But normally with these corporations, I get my way. I have a whole video here on the channel. It might be a two-part series, but I'm telling you guys how to get what you want in this society. I always get what I want. You got to know the language to speak and how to play the game. You must. You must. And I think before it's all said and done, uh, because customer service keeps calling me. I missed a call from them today, even from Spectrum. I'm going to get what I want eventually. But I always tell you, don't ever waste your time talking to people on any level, for any reason, anything in life. Don't waste your time talking to people that are not empowered to give you what you want. Period. Just like you don't depend on this white devil for shit. You need to understand who the divine is and how he has said to live your life, and you need to go and do that. You understand? Which means you will vanquish Christianity, for starters. You understand? If you want what you want, you got to go to the one that's empowered to give it to you. I understand as the creature of the maker that whatever I want, I ask for. And if Allah says I can have it, I get it. It's just like that. You feel me? I heard John Singleton say something one time. Raheem Allah, rest his soul. When he did Michael Jackson's Remember the Time. And he was saying, you know, when I work on other sets, you know, somebody have to go to somebody, and I have to, you know, somebody have to sign something. They go to this. He goes, if I want something, I go to Michael, and if Michael says, okay, I get it. That's it. Like, that's it. That's it. You feel me? That's what we doing. So don't ever waste your time. You know, I don't care what you're dealing with. Even if you're at a damn McDonald's or something, which you shouldn't be there no goddamn way. But if you're there, you know, you can't get to the owner. So if it's a franchise, you want the franchisee, because they usually get the franchisee on the phone, bitch. Understand that. If that manager can't give you what you want the franchisee. You want it. You want it. But you don't ever stop, because there can always be a yes. Period. Give you an example real quick. Every year, Geico likes to random is the key word here, everybody. They randomly send out these, we want to see what mileage you're driving. You see. Well, one of the ways I keep my fucking mileage, my insurance costs down is I've been driving since I was 17. I've lived all over the country, and I've never had an accident. The only accident I've been in is I broke my clavicle in the 80s, and I was riding with a friend in his parents' car. I was 5 K.R. Watkins, and so, you know, I don't get into accidents. I drive by the rules of the road. Like, I'm a safe driver. And, so I just put down I don't drive more than 3,000 miles a year. You know. And they don't ask for the odometer reading. If I lived in a Muslim country, I would be honest. This is the devil. And indeed, insurance is usury. And it's against Allah. And I'm only doing it because it's the law of the land. Because as Muslims, we don't even have life insurance policies. Because you don't own your life. You don't own it. You don't own your life. You don't own it. Why don't you just get some life insurance? Because you own it? No. This is not your asset. This is Allah's asset, not yours. You don't get to have a policy. Anyways, my point is, so I'm over it. And I've cussed them out before, and I always get my way. Because I only know it when I see the withdrawal come out of my bank account, that it's more than what it should be. And then I know, and I don't look at every fucking thing Geico sends me. Half the mail I get, I don't read it. Because there's just too much junk being sent to your fucking house all the time. Like, I can't with it. And then your house becomes a bunch of paper and shit. I don't have time for that. So, I call them up. Somebody's working from home. And you really don't want to berate the people that are at the bottom rung. At least I don't. So I always tell them, I'm full of piss and vinegar, and I don't want to ruin your day. So, if you need to get me somebody that's over you. And usually the smart ones, they go, okay, I'll get somebody right away. And they give you the next person. And then you tell them the same thing. They get you the next person. You get all the way up to the very top. And in this case, not only did they, while I was on the phone, got rid of that, and that was, this is May. This was in March. No, this was in April. Late March, early April. Must have been early April because that's when I would have seen the bill or seen the withdrawal. Anyways, um, not only did they get rid of that, but I don't have another payment on my car insurance until July, bitches. Understand that. Understand that. But you gotta be willing. I always say the squeaky wheel gets the oil. If you go watch the video that I did, that I told you about how to get what you want in this society, I tell you about how I've gotten years of free DirecTV, years of free Verizon, years of shit. Like, people give you shit. Like, but you got to be a good customer to begin with. You understand? Like, pay your bill. You know, when I bought my car 1,000 years ago, my car's been paid off forever. But when I moved at one point, I had perfect payment on my loan. Perfect. And I called them up and said, look, I just need to readjust financially, so I need you guys to do something. I've been a good customer, and blah, 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 blah. And I think H somebody had my loan. VSH or H, it was red. I don't know. Anyways. And they literally said to me, you've been a perfect paying customer. We're not going to charge any more interest or anything. We're just going to extend the time. They did that. My payment went down. They just extended the time. You understand? Always get what you want, everybody. You can always get it. Never take no. The people that get no is because they're too fat and lazy to go the extra mile. Then you don't get anything. You just don't. You just don't. You got to go the extra mile, and then you get whatever you want. No problem, Cass. Of course you didn't know. But like I say, I love you. Your heart was in the right place. And that's more than most are doing, as you could obviously see. But like I say, eventually, probably 5 years from now, I'll get that. K Mill says, hey Jedi, I love you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I love you back. Thanks, KR, for promoting my Cash App. It is the Jedi 1814. Charmaine, Champagne, and my moderator. Appreciate you, my sister. I love saying your name, too. Charmaine Champagne. KR says, I guess what you're saying, Jedi, would explain why I have not been watching the news. I am too tired of the BS. Yes, and sometimes you're just too over it. That's what I was going to say earlier, you guys. Alhamdulillah. Again, all knowledge is with Allah. When I was telling you, my grandmother always says the soul is full. So when we are fed up, we have to release this energy some kind of way. You understand? You've got to burn some shit down or kill somebody off. Something has to happen. We're over fucking praying and marching and just taking it and we'll wait and see and fuck all of that. Somebody has got to fucking be hurt for this bullshit. You understand? It just has to. So if all my people are going to do is get out on the streets, then they got to do that. You understand? And for any white-ass, devil-ass people that want to say shit about that, the next step is they come into your house. So pick one. Pick one. Pick one. Either they in the street, they burn down a CVS, they burn down an AutoZone, or next, it's a Nat Turner on your bitch ass. All right? Pick one. Pick one. Thaddeus Wendell Brown, good morning, brother. And rest in peace to George Floyd. Yes, indeed. Inna lillahi wa inna alayhi raji'un. Yeah. On the jugular, Thaddeus. We need to be clear. It was on the jugular. And he was jugging it in. And if you watch the video, you could see him doing this. Wallah, the brother that was on there, Donald Williams, he broke down because you could tell that brother wanted to strike that white devil so bad. He was thanking his mama, his coaches, his daddy, his entire family that he had been raised, that he had enough strength not to fucking kirk off on their ass. And at one point, there was a video we haven't seen that they alluded to in the interview with him, where he was about to strike, or at least try to intervene, and the white devil came at him, and he just slapped his hands away and put his hands up, because he was like, I didn't know what he was going to do next. You see, that's why I say, my people, you must be armed. Donna Lemon said something else tonight, or was it Chris Cuomo? One of them, might have been when both, it was when both of them were speaking, so I don't know who said it. When we start going out as black people and buying up guns at the rate we buy up fucking Jordans and bundles and shit, gun laws will change in this entire country over fucking night, bitch. You understand? So we need to be out there getting ourselves armed. It needs to be the next headline within a week. Black people buying guns at rates never seen before. We need to be saying that. We need to be saying that. We need to be saying that. And gun laws in this bitch will change over fucking night. I already told you. The Panthers showed us this. The Black Panthers. California used to be an open carry state. They were over the very fucking same white devil ass police brutality that we still dealing with because we're not killing their bitch asses off. That's the reason. And when they found out, wait a minute, there's such thing as Second Amendment. We could be armed, brothers. We could follow this devil around on patrol. Well, by God, we'll do it. Nearly overnight, the white devils changed the law. To this day, California is not an open carry state. So, you need to get out there and get you a fucking gun, black people. Not just to change the gun laws, but because you're going to need that bitch against this wild-ass savage that we live amongst. And if you know like I know, you get the fuck up out of here. Very quick. Yeah, I'm waiting for the new Black Panther to really show me something, though, Thaddeus. I'm hearing, and I've done pieces on them over the years and all of that. They're good for showing intimidation, marching down streets, and showing this white devil. I need to see some action. I'm gonna need to see that. That's like these big dudes that walk around with the little tiny shirt on with all this muscle, but I know you ain't got no penis, so why all the bluff? You feel me? That's usually a sign of something else is lacking. So this is the same thing. It's a lot of bluff, but I don't really see no action. You understand? When I hear that the new Black Panther Party went and struck on said precinct or whatever, then you see. T says, we'll burn this bitch down. Get us pissed to live and die in America. I love that. I love that. I love that. Felon 65 with a PH says it's time to flip the script. Stop standing by and watching. I'm telling you. You understand? And I saw Cuomo and some other white people really going up to that line. Even the mayor, I felt like some people were really suggesting, like, yeah, you should have stepped in and did something. Which I don't need. Listen, I tell you, we don't need any permission from these fucking people just because they're white and because they said anything is supposed to be so. I govern myself. And so, if I'm in Minneapolis, sadly I'm not. If I was, and any shit like that happens in front of me, I told you, you're going to read about me. You're going to hear about my funeral. You're going to see me on the newspaper. You're going to see a video. You're going to be something. It's going to be Jedi striking on their bitch ass. I'm not standing by and letting one of our brothers and sisters die. It's just not happening. Because I know my place is in paradise. Allah says to save any one innocent life as if you've saved the life of all humanity. That means past, present, and future. The divine puts high premium on life. And if I only fear the one who created me, then I go right for that motherfucker. You understand? Just like when I brought you the stills of the video of Ahmed Arbery, Rahimullah, when he was at the park. He was fearless. He was cussing them out in their face. He did not give a fuck. He had my utmost respect. And because he only feared the one that created him, and he's standing there with his arms out like this, and that white devil starts casually chewing gum. Go watch the video. That's the part that really does it for me. It's like when the pictures of the Iraq Abu Ghraib came out, and that bitch that looked like she had Down syndrome or something was that smoking a cigarette and just had one of the Iraqis on a fucking leash. Fuck her and the bitch that gave birth to her. But because he only feared Allah, that taser did not go off. It was clicking and clicking, but the probes never came out. He stood there, not shaken. When you stand in the calm of the trust of the one that created you, everybody, you become bulletproof. You need to know that. You need to know that. You need to know that. I've always astounded my family even, because they are what I call defeatist. I don't like people that are defeatist. You can't, you mustn't, don't. I don't do well with that shit. I don't. Like, if you're that, you can't be around me. Get away from me. Like, I'm at war with my sister right now because my nephew is such a fucking disaster, because she's such a coddler, and she doesn't understand how to, like, if you, she just, like, she's just, not to get too far off of my point that I'm making right now, just, I don't like people that are defeatist. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't. And so I've always stunned my family from a very young age. You know, I'll say things and do things, and they just in shock. Because you're too bitch and afraid. I don't like that. I don't like that. I exist, therefore I am. Thanks for being my cheerleader too, T. Just telling everybody, thumbs up the live. What did I say, T? Why are you crying? Or are you really crying? Felon, I love it. I won't read these one-liners, you guys, because I was rattling my mouth, and so I don't know what context they're in, but I do appreciate them. Yes, Lightbearer says this language is definitely a construct we must tear down. It's so true. I know what I was trying to, what I always say, how you think and speak is how you relate and react. Again, all knowledge is with Allah. You see how that just came back to me now? It's my own quote. I've said it a million times in my life. Probably more than that. Because I know that. How you think and speak is how you relate and react. That fire is dangerous. How you think and speak. Ooh, that's fire. Ooh, that's white people. But if you think, fuck them, bitch, then you're in their face. And it's easier for you to go like this, you understand? But if you got that massa thing going on, then I can't help you, and you're defeatist, which means you're not nowhere in my orbit, and get out my face. White folks stay on code, and deceit is their specialty. That's the damn truth, T. And then you go on, you say that's how white women act when I pick out my 14-inch fro. Shooketh. Shocketh. No, shooketh, yeah. That's what's up. And if you got a 14-inch fro, my sister, I love you even more. Please understand, the love is real. Shout out to all the way up north. What up? Healing Self. Shout out to you. Yes, Inherent Evil T. I don't know what you missed, Cass, when you left and came back. But you can always go back. Um, Jedi, I saw a video from a brother that said the Arabs called the police in the first place. Indeed, it was apparently our brother George um, Floyd was in, and this has not been confirmed by the way. He was being suspected of passing a forged check of $20. We don't know if that's true. And normally the procedure when that happens is the police come. Listen, I've worked many thousands of years ago. I worked at Target. Ugh. But counterfeit was one of those things that they taught you about because I was a cashier actually, and and that's usually the case in any retail business. You get a forged anything, you usually call it's a financial crime. you know. And depending on the amount, it really doesn't matter. This was $20, big deal. It's not like he was bringing down the Fed. So, they usually would come and it would be, an infraction and they write you a ticket. They might, and especially, we're in a virus. So, you're probably not going to go to jail and all this kind of thing. And by the way, let us notice that none of those devils out there were wearing a fucking mask either that were handling our brother. And they are corona breathing devils. That's why we have only videos of them going around spitting on people and coughing on people. Again, any devilry that can be done on the earth will be perpetrated by white people and has, and we have the video to prove it. We just have it. You see, they are evil, and we now their technology that we invented is making it possible for us to just see all their evil. So the cunning ones act like they're with us, and they're so outraged at it all, and they just can't go on. And I just don't know if I'll sleep. I even watched the mayor of Minneapolis with his little curly hair just lightly falling, just ever so. And I could see him struggle for he wanted to say the right thing. He really wanted to. But that makes my point. He's not really able to. And what we really saw was the hand of God speaking, really, and just using his flappy nothingness, white devil ass vessel to say it, because he just struggled. And he was saying all the right things. He was keeping it only about black people, and he tried to express as much concern as he just could. But you like my grandma used to say, you can't get blood out of a turnip. You just can't. You can't. You can't. So yes, T. They weren't Arabs. In fact, there are several brothers. There was 4 black brothers, and then one Arabish looking dude that was up there. They were all sitting huddled, really. Um, Not surprised because Muslims we're very intimate, So we don't have this no homo bullshit. So Muslim men are very intimate with each other. Like we're usually in tight space anyway, especially if we're in the mosque and you're sitting in the rows, and the mosque gets packed. You're right on top of each other. Like we're used to that. We don't have this "don't touch me" shit. We touch all the time, the way we hug and we kiss when we greet. It's a whole thing. But anyways, those were and you saw that some of the brothers, if you saw it, were wearing kufis. So yeah. K.R. Watkins is Chigs is talking to K.R. Watkins, but Chigs is saying, by the way, shout out to you, Chigs. Good to see you. Is saying K.R. Watkins is right. There's definitely something strange and sinister in the air right now. Yes, and beware of things being sprayed, everybody. And my sister, she's not here tonight. Anjane23. She sent me a video link today. In fact, the last video I did yesterday, go look in the comments, everybody. Look for Anjane and you will find the link. And you go and watch that fucking David Icke interview. and he's talking about this nano stuff that they can put in you, and that's what they want to do with the vaccine, and it gets into the whole thing. But he's been completely removed from all platforms. He talked about how he draws the connection between Bill Gates and the what he calls the occult, and which is basically, we would probably call it the Illuminati and stuff like that, but he calls it the cult. He draws a direct line from them to vaccines to the players all the way going up to the Pope. He brings it to Silicon Valley and shows you how it's one thing that owns YouTube, Facebook, Google, Twitter, all the shit, and they can all just give that order, shut people down, and that's this man. David Icke is a known entity. A known philosopher and scholar and speaker at the greatest universities this bullshit ass country is ever going to offer, because all the great universities are in Africa, let us understand that and be clear about it. But, you know, and they summarily shut him down because you're not allowed to have an antivirus point of view. You know, it's kind of like with the 9/11 thing. They still say the towers were falling. Somebody go back and watch the footage of 9/11 and show me a tower falling. I'd just love to see that. I'd be happy to give you $100 if you can show me a tower falling. Because I see your tower falling, and I raise you 3 towers blowing the fuck up, bitch, and becoming dust in midair. Let us understand. Again, how you think and speak is how you relate and react. Charmaine Champagne says it's moving faster. It's moving at a faster pace because of social media. Everything is so up to date, and so much information is pushed at us in such a short period. It can be very overwhelming. And David Icke gets into that. There's technologies that exist that they've had that they just. That's why he said there's never a gap between the next thing. We're never like just waiting for, oh, we just wish we had such and such that did such and such. I'm paraphrasing his words now to make it even more voluminous. And I had to receive that as a statement of fact from my own life experience. That's a true statement. That was evident truth in the moment that he spoke it. I went, yeah, that's true. Because they just have shit that's just ready. But my own intuition has always told me that whatever we have, they have something better. I had an exchange with my nephew many years ago when I was on Google Earth. My sister had moved someplace, and I was on the phone with him, and I said, Prince, do you know your address? You know, so I can Google Earth it and I can see where you guys live. He was the cutest thing. So he told me the address. And his little preciousness said, Uncle, you can see the house? I go, yeah. He goes, if I go outside, you can see me right now? It was so beautiful. And I go, no, man, you can't. But I said, but know this. Because I've been telling him the white man's the devil since he's been shorter than this. You understand? And I told him, I said, but know this. If I can see it in a picture, trust me, this devil can see it in real time. No question. Don't give me fucking Google Earth picture, bitch. Don't. Because how long do we have Google Earth before you can get the street view? You understand? And they just Google is just fucking driving up and down your goddamn street. Google. I'm over it. Again, nobody with white people are doing the shit. But yeah, so to your point though, Charmaine, that's part of the reason why it's moving so quickly. Because they have very secret technologies and things like that have already been developed, and they're just ready to roll it out at the next thing. Just ready to roll it out. He almost explained something that kind of, and I did a whole video, because I told you guys in Islam, we know about the race of people that Allah created before He created us, known as the jinn. There's a whole video here on the channel. I do fantastic work. And he mentions the jinn, bitch. Understand that. Yes. And so that also gives my statement credence when I say the white man is the devil, because one of the attributes of the jinn is some of them exist in the hidden world, like almost a ghost. You cannot see them, but they exist and they can affect your life positively or negatively. You need to know this is real, everybody. This is from the divine. And some of them do walk among us. I say white people are those evil jinn. Indeed, they are the devil. Created from smokeless fire, Allah said He created the jinn. Smokeless fire. Think about that. Smokeless fire. The jinn. I have a whole video. And this philosopher, this scholar, David Icke, was speaking about the jinn. And he's with a punctuation on Islamic identification of it. He named some other disciplines, but he settled on Islam. Because Islam is the final word on the truth. You don't have to accept that. You don't have to know it or believe it. It's still going to be the truth. HTHTV COVID-19, shout out to you. Greetings, Jedi. Mods in chat. Good to see you, HTHT3. Andrea Smith, you the man, Jedi. Well, I appreciate you, Andrea. I'm only as good as my audience, really. HTV, so true. The way auras blend, and aura can blend from a simple hug, let alone constantly being around the same people or purpose. That's so true. On purpose, yeah, that's so true. It's the energy, everybody. It's energy. It's energy. It's energy. It's energy. That's why everybody loves babies and everybody loves puppies and animals, because they're nothing but pure energy. They don't have a single ill intent. There's no judgment. Anything they do that's reckless is absolutely a mistake, and they did not mean it. And didn't know they was even doing it. The dog is pooping on your brand new chinchilla rug. Didn't know it. You feel me? We love that. This is why I respond to children and animals, but more importantly, the way animals and children respond to me since I've been on the earth. Dogs that bark at other people and growl literally lick me. Wallahi. Not the last place I lived before this, but the place before that. I managed it. And the people that lived on the end from me, they had two little chihuahuas, I guess they were. Cute little dogs. They bark and growl at everything. And they'd be, har, 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 har. I mean, they mean it. The teeth out and everything. And I usually just walk past them. Just one day I was coming in, I just thought, I'm just over y'all little ass. And I knelt down, I go, what is all of this? What is this? And they're, and they're still growling as they're licking me. And competing with each other to lick me as they're growling. The owner couldn't believe it. He was like, I've never seen that. I don't know what's going on. That's just one. But animals have always responded to me that way. And babies that cry come to me and coo. And I know the reason for that is because I always say there's a requisite for everything. Babies only have energy. They feel me. They don't feel nothing negative from me. A friend of mine, Kim, she, Allahu Akbar, when I was in my wheelchair, when people that start to fall away, Kim was one of the constants that would come scoop me out of my darkness. Come on, homie, we going to the movie. We gonna get that wheelchair out of here. You know, and just she's done so much for me. But there's this little baby. I forget who the baby's related to. I just don't remember. Cutest little thing. But every time Kim brought the baby around me, she was complaining about something. And finally, so the baby started crying, just out of control. Finally, I told her one time, I said, Kim, every time you come, you're talking to something negative. That's why she's crying. It's your energy. You gotta stop it. You have to stop and the baby will change. And that's exactly what happened. Babies are angels. They are a reminder. They're almost a peek through several layers of very thick tinted glass at the divine. You understand? They're everything. We don't care who you are, you become mush. You become pious in the presence of a baby. Pious, humble, submissive, a servant in the presence of a baby. Who amongst us does not? Unless you're evil. You see. Babies, man. Babies and animals. That's where I dwell. That's why I've told you guys when I've done pieces on Michael Jackson, I understood the children thing. I understood it. Because I'm not the most famous human being on earth that the world has ever known in human history like Michael Jackson, but alas, on my own level, I've had that that just that isolated. You know, you're alone in the world by yourself. People just don't get you, and you're too much for most people. And you're alone in your pursuit because nobody else feels your fire and your determination and the way you think and all these things, the way you articulate and all that kind of thing. And so when it's from a very young age, I just always felt better when I was around kids. You know, I shared with you guys, even when I was in high school, my best friends, I was a teenager, my best friends were a 8 and a 10-year-old, Michael and Giovanni, and we played Star Wars toys. And I didn't find anything out of place about that. Because I was made fun of at school, because I had a funny name, because my name is Arabic, you know. And then I talk white, you know, and whatever that means, you know. I'm a black man who articulates, period. I do a better job on their own fucking language than they do. Let us just understand. All right. But anyways, and I lived a very sheltered home life and all that stuff. I didn't have friends. I beat anybody's struggle at home. Like we beat that. Not dissing nobody else's struggle. Just I tell you, if you got more than one of anything, somebody's the standout. Trust me, we are the standout. And so I just always felt most at home around kids and animals because they got me, they understood me, and they knew my intentions were pure, and it was just the best time, you know. So I always knew that that's where Michael was at with that. I knew that because I could totally identify with that. Not a question, not a doubt, not a doubt. It's just so often now we're losing that because kids are being so polluted by adults that it's hard to find the ones that are pure now. You know, I just saw yet again some little. The bitch can't even say her ABCs, and he's a transgender. By the way, David Icke goes into that too. Tells you where that suddenly was splashed on the scene. You know, where all this. Well, I don't know. There's just no gender now, just none. You know, and of course, this is all a conjuring and a construct of white fucking ass people, the scourge of all humanity. I did a 3-part video. It's here on the channel called "Identifying the Hand That Oppresses." I think that's what I called it. Go watch it. I'm naming shit because my intent, and I said in the videos that I was wanting this to be specifically for people who were not black, who were not white, because it's important that the rest of humanity begin to say, oh, it is white people. They need to know what we know. You see, when you slow it down and you go incident by incident in history and current day and everything in the society, any laws, anything, you gotta say, who is it? Who is it? And it goes back to a white hand. So I am justified and I am right when I say that all the shit and the problems and the scourge of humanity is white people. It is. That's, like that it's such a bold statement. It's the fucking truth. Uh, oh my God. Kai. I'm mad at myself that it took me so long to get to these goddamn comments. Greetings, my brother. Indeed, it is an honor to have your presence. And my beloved brother Kai, who I have exposed for you guys, said, peace to the family Jedi, and talk about the illusion of time, quality food, way of life, and the often. Yes. Well, the illusion of time, everybody. You know, I kind of mentioned that earlier when I was talking about I want to know where I exist in time. I said that since I've been on here, actually. I want to know where am I at in time from the when Allah said be, and the universe began to form. But the illusion of time, everybody, is something kind of I've talked about. Because what is time? What is it? I even alluded earlier too when I said to you, I said this life can be quantified by a number. You should think about that. Oh, so-and-so died. How old were they? Oh, they were 42. Oh, they were 21. It's quantified by a number. This ties into this. Because when I mentioned to you that Allah says there's 500 years between an angel's ear and his shoulder that it would take a bird to fly, but we don't know what speed. Certainly between one heaven and the next, that same amount of time. How fast are they going? Why is it 500 years? You see? But I'll throw another one at you before I go in. We just came through Ramadan. I told you guys, in the last 10 days of Ramadan, there is somewhere in those last 10 nights, there is something known as Laylatul Qadr, which is the night of power. This is the night. Whatever you ask, that's why we stay in the mosque and we don't do shit else. We pray for 10 days straight when it's not a pandemic. Because you don't know what day it's going to be, and it's that way on purpose because Allah knows your bitch ass would just show up at the mosque. You would just show up on that night and be asking for a bunch of stuff. So, whatever you ask, Allah will grant it. That's real. That's real. That's real. That's real. But you don't know what night it is. It's one of them nights. One of them nights. One of them. One of them. And so, when you think about those 3 or 4 examples, and you think about time, who decided that? Because there really is no time. There's just distinction between day and night. Allah says to us in the Quran that He has made the moon in its cycle and the sun in its cycle, and they rotate. You understand? So that the sun does not overcome the moon, and the moon does not overcome the sun. I've said to you, even since I've been sitting here, I said it in jest, really, but I've said this to you before, like for Muslims, it's not a new day until we see another sunrise. Behold, the sun is rising, it is a new day has come, you see. Not, well, it's midnight, it's Tuesday now, or it's Friday now, or Thursday, or whatever the fuck it's going to be next. I don't need to know what day it is. Alright, so, no, it's not. Until the sun dawns, it's not a new day, everybody. It's just not. It's not. So, but this time thing, you're so affected by it that, well, you see somebody eating cereal at 10 o'clock at night, you're like, you're eating breakfast at 10 o'clock? Yes, bitch, I will. Why aren't you? You know, or whatever. Like, you don't need to have breakfast food. You just take food. It doesn't matter what you eat or when you eat it. Just take food. That's it. Like, that's it. Oh, it's dinner. You have to have this. Oh, it's breakfast. You must have this. I can't. That is so foreign to me. And I've done this my whole life. Like, I'm hungry. I just eat the fuck out. I don't need to explain. I don't need to make an excuse. You don't need to ask me without getting punched. Like, it's what I want to do. And you need to let go of this whole time thing, but they put you on time here. You go to work, there's a time clock, you see. This is all for them to monetize every moment of your fucking life. The moments, not time. What you want is moment. You don't want time. Because moment is something organic and divine. Time is something of man. You understand? As we understand time. Because the divine's definition of time is something other than we understand it. Our whole lifetime of our entire existence, all civilizations, all decades, all generations, is that for the divine. We go, well, Christ lived 2,000 years ago. It's less than that for the divine. Christ, all the people before him, Adam, the creation of the universe, my bitch ass, the thousands of people, the millions of people that come after me, all the billions of babies being born as I speak, like that is over, done. But Allah says this to us in the Quran that it's he likens it to that. Like, just don't be seduced by this. Because this is temporary. The Quran continues to remind you of this, the divine. This is temporary. 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 It repeat. Why does Allah need to say that so many times? Because, your bitch ass needs to get it through here. This is temporary. Don't live for this shit. Fear me only. And the last day. You understand? When you see this white devil with his knee on your brother, take his bitch ass out. Done. Qul huwa Allahu ahad. So let go of time, everybody. KR was saying, just before I hit the go live button, and she was saying, she knows her alarm is going to go off, And, nah. Let your body tell you when you're getting up and going to sleep, KR. You understand? You need no alarm. And also know this, since I'm on the subject of alarms, everybody, something my grandmother, I had a real problem when I was a kid. I just could not get up for school. Straight A student, honor roll and all that, couldn't get my bitch ass up. But I was usually the one running onto the field at the last minute because I usually had band rehearsal before first class, right? So I'm here, I grab my bitch ass with my French horn. And if you get there before they've done, if I get there after they've done warm-ups, I really feel like I'm one of these people, when I'm late, I just can't function the rest of the week. Like, I don't care. Any job I've ever been on. Damn it, I was 5 minutes late. My entire week is ruined now. I can't even get it together. I never recover from that. There they go with the fucking fireworks. This is for nearly 3 years that I've been here now. Fireworks. Day and night. Anyway. So, my grandmother, again, you gotta listen to the elder spirits, everybody. She recognized it. She was gentle with me. And she said to me, all you gotta do, when you know you're ready to go to sleep, hit your pillow. How many times you need to, so whatever time you want to get up, you hit your pillow. To this day, wallahi, that works. If I want to get up at 8, I hit that pillow 8 times. You will wake up at 8 o'clock. I only speak the truth, everybody. I only speak the truth. So we want moments, not time. You understand? Moments. And the quality food Kai was talking about. This is one of the reasons why I long for Africa. I physically will be a different human being. There's no way to get around the poison almost in this nation. You just can't. You just can't. I want to be able to walk down to a stream and just quench my thirst. Because remember, there are thousands of years that man did that. That would be unthinkable to you now. How many of you would do that? Just walk down to the stream and drink the water. You've been conditioned. Something's wrong with that. But that fake ass bottle that this white devil has put water in, that's okay. With the bisphenol A lining that's in the plastic to keep it, you see, so there's no problem, which is cancer causing and gets into some other things and messes with your fucking neurons and all, but we don't want to get into that. I'll take that over that fresh stream where I can just do that. You know? When I know that the meat I'm going to eat, my Nigerian brother tells me about how when they go, they call it fowl, not meat. So whatever fowl you want, you go down, you want whatever you want. You want a steak, you go down to the brother, he has a cow, you tell him you want this, he slaughters the cow right there and cuts your piece and gives it to you. Done. Done. So you want goat, they slaughter a goat for you. Done. It's just, you're ready. And as someone who's actually had slaughtered meat, I can tell you it's the best thing you've ever eaten. You go, this is what God intended. This is it. And we can understand why the lions be grazing and the hyenas be grazing on shit on the plains. That's some good ass meat. Not gonna eat it raw. I only know the cooked version, but I'm just saying, you know. Wow. But I saw a brother who I feel like he still lives in Ghana. I don't know if he came back here. He may have been doing the video from here. He was even talking about bananas, y'all. He was saying how he realized he never had a banana in his life once he had a banana in Ghana. The bananas are so sweet, so delicious. You can't believe, like, this is what a banana is really supposed to taste like. You know? I had previews of this from my grandmother, Rahimullah, before she passed. Because my grandmother, all my life, she would say, anything you brought her, this don't taste like no so-and-so. This don't taste like no so-and-so. We tease her, Grand, what is it supposed to taste like? You know, you could just bring her a peach. This don't taste like no peach. You know, this don't taste like no eggs. This don't taste like no milk. You know, it was an ongoing thing. We used to make with her. We'd make fun of her with her, marking her. You know, imitating her. This don't taste like so-and-so. You know, and but what she was really articulating is, this is some bullshit. Yes, I didn't have the translation then, but I have it now. She was basically saying, this is some bullshit. This is not what you see. This is not. And my grandmother used to even tell me how when they was on the plantation, they used to eat clay dirt. There's dirt that you can dig down to, and they used to eat it. It's good. They call it clay dirt. Just help, you know. And but you can't escape the poison here now. You know, the white man has polluted every fucking thing, from food to the water to sex to humanity to the children to the animals to, I mean, he's the scourge on the earth. Hold up, y'all. I said I wasn't gonna go past the damn low battery warning. I'm gonna finish your comments and we're gonna be over. Okay. So they polluted everything. Like everything, life itself. You know, you got to pay to be born, pay to live, pay to die. It's all evil. It's all evil, dude. It's all evil. It's all evil. Shout out to Milagros Martel. Says, hey Jedi. Shout out to Milagros. Buenas noches, I should say. I feel like you're a Latina. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever known a Latina female with the first name Milagros. That's very interesting to me. But anyways, get out. Demetrius Kress. We are in a world of survival, not freedom and living. That's the truth. And and we're also in a state of open prison. You understand? We're in an open prison. You're being given the illusion that you're free. You're not free. You're not truly free. That's why it's important that you claim freedom for yourself. It's not in a doctrine. It's in your heart. It's in your walk. It's in your talk. It's in your action. It's what I say it's going to be because I'm the Jedi and I said it's going to be. You understand? That's freedom. Being the captain of your own damn ship without permission or apology. That is true freedom. But there's still a bit of a leash even on somebody like me because I live in this fucking environment and I can't fly. I can't just elevate from the earth and fly away on my own power. You understand? So I'm victim to the poisonous air and the poisonous water and the poisonous food. You understand? Takes me hours to figure out what to eat in a single day. Don't ever go shopping with me in the grocery store. Don't. You will see the trauma that is. Because I'm sitting and looking at it, no, I can't. Some things you have to break down and get them because you have to eat. But you can, like, I have no problem being a vegetarian. But I know there's no fresh fucking vegetables. Nothing that I'm going to pick out is going to be rot within 2 days at the very least. That shit's going to be good for about a month and a half. So it's not the real thing. You feel me? Like, I knew, like, growing up, and it's changed in my own lifetime. I know that growing up, I ate a lot of salad. I could eat me and my best friend in Florida, we were talking recently about how you could just eat a tomato. Just eat it. Tomatoes used to be something good, y'all. Now, tomatoes almost repulse me. They have a chemical taste to them even. Ugh. I don't know when the last time I had a tomato. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I have a real food issue. A real food issue. It's a food issue, but Allah sustains me. I'm still living and breathing. You know? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kai says, being in Minnesota, I can tell you looters are being shot. A young brother lost his life at a pawn shop today. The hood is starting to look like third world. Just don't destroy that which you still use as a resource. You know what? I feel you on that, Kai, and I've always said, go tear up the white people's shit. If you're gonna tear shit up, then it should count. I say this about even gang members, so I'm a consistent man. If you're just gonna, if you have the instinct to kill, go and kill the people that need to die. Like, I could give you a list. I'll slip it to you, but I could give you a list. You wasted good bullets. You're wasting good ammo. So this is that for me. Like, do some shit that matters. Damn. Make it count. I can't. Shout out to Loyal Leo. I've been watching you for years. Much respect, my brother. Oh, alhamdulillah. I appreciate that, Loyal Leo. Thank you so much. So that means you've been with me through shut down channels by this white devil. T says that's pretty, like $20. Or I think you meant that's petty, like $20. He died over dub dollars. Yeah. He really did. If he did that. The whole little forgery thing, T. Yeah, I knew, yeah, I knew you meant petty. So now I just got to that. Yeah, I knew. Yeah, that mayor should have won an award. He tried it. You could tell him like he was trying. And Kai, y'all got a good mayor out there. I mean, he really was trying. He was trying to show some emotion. But you white, you just on the other side, you can understand. My wife did an interview years ago, you all, and I was just off camera. I don't want to get into it. All right, settle down. But Diane Bitch Ass Sawyer, that's her full name, first, middle, and last. Diane Bitch Ass Sawyer was interviewing my wife, uh, and she, you know how Diane Sawyer is. Do you ever experience racism? And my wife, sitting very coy, of course, she said. Of course. And then she said, do you think that I would be able to understand racism? And Janet said, no, because you're on the other side. I was like, I knew it was the reason why I married this woman. I knew it already. Feel me? I knew that, when we had said I do and stuff, but just to get that reaffirmation and everything and stuff like that and everything, you feel me? That had really mattered to me and stuff, and it made me very emotional and stuff, and put in my feelings and everything like that and everything. So but he tried, he tried, but he's on the other side. And yes, T, you're familiar with David Icke. Kai says Minnesota just spent millions of dollars building on a building that they claim they'll use for COVID deaths, and this happens. EMTs attempt to take a pulse from an unresponsive man with a cop's knee on his neck, and and we'll get into this when we talk too, Kai, but David Icke, I go back to that. The video before this, everybody, go and find Anjanae 23's comment to me. Click on the replies, and you'll see where she sent me a link. It takes you to the David Icke video. They don't want you to see that. Why I cite it yet again in this piece is because of what my brother was saying just now. Because he mentions, suddenly we're building all these hospitals, and then they just kind of went away. And I always tell you about knowledge converging. I've told you this. And so I converged that with my own knowing. They sent the Mercy to New York and the Comfort to California. These big Navy ships that were hospitals on water that were going to be the savior of it all. And nobody showed up. And there was the stories on TV. Well, there's no patients, or they're not really having any patients coming. Because there ain't none. And as David Icke points out, and I said to you early on in this, I've shared with you, go back and watch my videos, you'll see, that I said to you, there's doctors that are on YouTube videos and on TV saying they want us to be a part of something that's not real. We're being forced to put this on people's death certificate when that's not what they died of. I also cited for you that you get $13,000 if you diagnose somebody with that. If you diagnose them with that. And you get another $39,000 from Medicare if you put them on a ventilator. Something's going on. And so hush-hush it is that this David Icke, who gets millions of views, is a known intellectual scholar, speaker, professor, all of it. He's known books, all of it. It's David Icke. And they shut him off of all the platforms. Get rid of him. Like that. When he started speaking about this fucking virus and telling it. The white man is the devil. Let us read on. So I just say that, Kai, that I don't know. I really don't feel any type of way about them spending that millions on a building. You feel me? Because then how many brothers and sisters without their next meal was moved away from the place where they built the building, and then, you feel me? So I mean, it's just so there's some things, but yeah, it's suspect. I know what point of view you're speaking from. I get it. It's not lost on me. T says, David Icke has been around since the 70s. I wouldn't know that. I haven't been around since the 70s, so I just wouldn't have that knowledge. Appreciate you, though. Kaiser's chemicals they were spraying at the protests could have tainted COVID. Again, any evil that we can conjure, I am willing to believe about white people. If you can imagine it, they have done it. Yes, yes, I can definitely see them, and we know. And to your point, my brother, I saw Kai where there was a doctor. He's actually a pathologist, a coroner, a medical examiner in New Orleans. Yeah, because they showed this little boy named Messiah with his two little front teeth missing. He was the cutest thing ever, and he had passed away. He just recovered from a bone marrow transplant, and he ended up getting COVID, allegedly. Anyways, this pathologist was saying, because Donna Lemon in her Louboutin heels was asking him about, why are black people the ones getting it so much? But why he was up there to talk about is because there's this new phenomenon that when they autopsy the bodies of African people who allegedly have this thing, our lungs are full of blood clots. And in my mind, juxtapose that to Heavy D had died of blood clots. Of course, he had been on a flight before that, but then we get to Tamar Braxton, and she had blood clots. Then Vince had blood clots. You understand? It gets into an area. But this seems to be indicative. He did say that most of the patients were obese and overweight that were African. But the white man's the devil, and so I just feel like that you can. I see a fat white bitch every damn day. So don't give me obesity and pre-existing condition. Like, don't give me that. But I tell you, this connotes that we are different, everybody. We're not the same as these people. Our biology is different. You understand? We are to them what the zebra or the giraffe is to the zebra. They are not the fucking same. They're both animals. That's fine. Now, I'm not saying they're human. Do not put me up there for that. I'm just saying, we are to them what the giraffe is to the zebra. We are not like them. We're not. We're not. The zebra and the giraffe both roam the plains very freely. Amongst their own, I might add. But they are not the same. They're not the same. And they know that. Because they are the Dr. Frankensteins of everything. And so they know our biology. They know it. They know. That's why they're pairing us up with some white bitch on TV every 5 seconds. Do you understand what I'm telling you? This beautiful Nigerian queen, they call her Abishola. They have, what's Bob Hart's Abishola. He's a fat, white pig beast by anybody's fucking standard. And she's this beautiful African queen, and that's what she's in love with? The dude hasn't probably seen his fucking balls for at least most of his life. He's a lard ass. And we're to believe that our sister, and this is a Nigerian family. They go to a Nigerian church. It's all black and blah, blah, blah. And we're to believe. And by the way, there's a scene. I only saw one episode because I told you guys about it. There's a scene where the wife is bathing her husband. And this brother has the chest, y'all. Like, I did a few push-ups after I saw this. I don't want to say anything. Even though they superimposed my head on, what's his name's body. I'm still in litigation about that. I don't like it. And I don't appreciate it. That's fine. All right. Anyways, but the irony of it. Here you have this beautiful African male being bathed by his woman at the end of the episode. And the whole thrust and plot of the show is this Nigerian beautiful woman who's in love with this fat, ugly, housebroken, no couth ass white dude. It's disgusting, I tell you. Disgusting. But that tells me they must be making a play that can't be the fucking show. I fucking I was just telling you about. It can't be happening. It can't. There's been 2 instances of police brutality since I've been on here, right? Like, I can't. Wait. No, apparently the actor's on more than one damn show. I'm over it. Alright. Scratch that. Anyways. So it's on purpose. You understand? It's on purpose. And so apparently they're making some play for, to try and seduce African women into ugly ass white men now. I can't. Like, continental African women. Other thing I want to say about that is when Donna was speaking about it to this pathologist, and he was saying, African Americans in this country, and then people in the UK, which would just be black people. If I could be there to slap him with his own fucking high heel and say, so they don't get to be African too just because they're in the fucking UK? Because you just got a fucking white man that's sucking up on you, or you sucking up on him or something. Like, I can't. Again, it's people like that are dangerous. Again, once you take one of them, there's no greater betrayal or showing your allegiance than when you take one of them. I'm over you. I'm completely through with you. I went to school with a girl named Stephanie. Her hair was that long, and that was too long. She was one of our banner girls in marching band and color guard and the rifles and all of it. And I could not stand her bitch ass from the sight. Before I even knew her name, knew she was just anything, I clocked her immediately. Could not stand her. She's as black as this do-rag. I couldn't even see that she was beautiful because I hated her so fucking much. Because she was trying to be everything but who exactly the fuck she was. Ended up marrying a white dude. Later became a friend of one of my sisters. That betrayal ass lying bitch. Where's the comments? Where are they at? Kai says Minnesota approved $6.9 million to buy warehouse to store bodies with dignity in quotations. I love the shade on those quotations. During coronavirus pandemic, end quote. Was the headline here on May 8th. Then this happens a few weeks later. Minnesota only has 932 deaths to date. And most of them are not corona. Go watch David Icke. But I didn't need him. He was just knowledge converging for me. I pay attention. I've been telling you guys, do we really know? Do we really know? When it first broke out, I was like, where's the bodies at? How come we not seeing nothing? We're not seeing nothing. Why am I not? I'm seeing the numbers. Why am I see? I mean, that was just my natural human thing. Where is it? You telling me, but I don't see it. I'm not seeing any evidence of it. I'm just not. You see? And so we learned that most of the numbers were coming from computer models, and they had done a thing 6 weeks earlier, which I played you the audio of that when what's the bitch? Alexa, the dude, they kept taking the video down on Facebook because he was asking Alexa, did the government do it? And she was like, Action 92 or some bullshit. She said, she gives you the whole fucking thing. The bitch Alexa has it, like, she's telling it all. I was like, I can't. But what she was saying is exactly what was the truth. Wow. Loyal Leo, how can people just stand around and not stone them devils? I know, right? Pick up something, throw it at their bitch ass, do something to distract. You got to be willing to sacrifice yourself if that's what it takes. You can't just sit and watch another human being die. Not a black person. You can't. If there's one of them, let them die. We don't care. We just can't. We just can't. Goes back to what I said way earlier. That's what you get. 40 Shorty, what's up? Good to see you. Good morning, brother Jedi. Damn, on my way to work. 3 a.m. I get to catch a live stream. See what I'm saying? See, 40, gotta be 3 a.m. And on our way to work for what? I'm telling you, dude, work is not the most important fucking thing in this goddamn nation. In life. We're not put on this earth to just fucking work ourselves into fucking grave and oh now I get to fucking retire and do nothing because I'm too fucking old to do shit now and now and it goes back to time because they have come up with this thing so they can get more out of your bitch ass. You understand what I'm telling you? Oh, it's a new day now. It's already the next day at midnight. So technically, you're actually coming in on Friday? Is today Friday? According to them? Whatever. But it's not. Until the sun rises in the east, it is not a new day. It's not. But they have decided that midnight connotes a new 12:01 connotes a new day. This is why they have you ringing in and let's drop the ball at midnight. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, this person I don't really fucking love and don't really know anything about and have probably fornicating with and having kids out of wedlock and so on and so forth. Happy New Year and drinking your fucking alcohol. Nah, bitch. The sun is not up. It is not a new day. So sorry. It's already so-and-so in China. It's New Year in wherever it's new. It's so fucking ridiculous. You have to, again, slow life down, everybody, with your life remote. Slow it down, and you will see that really is some bullshit. Wow, I did not see that. That really is. I'm so sad that you have to go to work, shorty. I'm mad for you. Good morning, everyone. 40 Shorty says, yeah, watching that video, I felt sorry for Brother George. No one helped. That's the other thing that makes me murderous. It's kind of like when we did the duck boat story, and I said to you, the part that killed me is the people that was on the duck boats, knowing the people that were filming them could see them and couldn't help them. That killed me. And this is that. His face was turned towards the people that could help him. And they didn't. Because of fear. I say to my people again, if you don't have shit you would die for, get your bitch ass out of the way right now. Because you are a problem. We need people that's ready to die. You understand that? Understand that that's the price of success. That's the price. I always say there's always a requisite. Hooksver. Jedi, my husband and I love you and watch you faithfully. Please keep informing us. One love. Oh, I'm deeply honored by that. I always just don't know how to feel when people tell me, oh, our whole family watches you. And I've gotten that over the years, or me and my daughter watch you, and, or I have couples that watch. It's just so, it's me. So it's very daunting, and it's very humbling, and I'm honored. Thank you. Charmaine Champagne, it just has to be common knowledge that we know that these people are the devil. I believe that. It should, just as Charmaine puts it, and I've said it a million times myself, that should just be, not just common knowledge, Charmaine, I would add to that. Not just common knowledge, but should be articulated by all black people. Like, that should be, you learn daddy, mommy, Nana, grandma, and white man's the devil. I'm not being funny. You understand? But going on, Charmaine says it's just common knowledge that we know that these people are the devil. You wake up in the morning, brush your teeth, know they are the devil. Preheat oven to 350. I used to say that. I used to say that. I used to say that. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't. Oh my god. Yes, yes, yes. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you for that, Charmaine. That's crazy. I used to say that all the fucking time. Like, preheat oven. I can hear me now. Damn. Wow. Yes. Preheat oven at 350. The white man's the devil. Like, just. It should be that. Kelly Cole. Shout out and salute to you. Nancy Noel. Morning, everyone. Morning to you, my beautiful sister. Uh, General System Theory. Retracted their message, so that's fine. And this name, anyways, even if you come back with another comment, and you just did, General System Theory, what kind of a name is that? That's not even human. General System Theory. Stop. Now, as sad as this situation is, I wouldn't try to save any black man with a white or non-black partner. I would only put... Why'd you take your thing? I'm reading it, you took it away. Alright, fine. Anyways, so anyways, yeah, so that's all. I got everybody in. Oh, yeah, so anyways, everybody, I think I want to close by saying this. Some things that I've said already, really. We gotta be willing to die as a people. Because we come from... I'm also possessed by all those brothers and sisters of all ages that even during the civil rights era, as if you got your civil rights, when they would leave their homes to go to sit-ins and the protests, they fully expected they would die that day. When they walked over the bridge on Bloody Sunday in Selma, sadly it was Dr. King leading them, because they should have wreaked all out fucking utter hell on this white devil. Instead, they let this white devil beat them down with clubs and bloody them and dogs, and that's why John Lewis talks like this now, and he can't go on, and he needs to die off. And this is why. But somewhere along the way, and I blame Dr. King, with a splash of Gandhi, because he was always quoting Gandhi and Dante and all of it. This is why they hold him up so high, because he was the single greatest black man that kept us off their white ass, that kept us from Nat Turnering their bitch asses and their children in their fucking sleep. Do you understand? Seeking revenge for every single act. Violence for violence, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a goddamn tooth, and a life for a life, bitch. And then this motherfucker comes along with words that like he fucking reads the dictionary. I'm an articulate man with a very vast vocabulary, and I do not speak like Dr. King. Alas, no one does. I don't sit around reading the fucking dictionary. I got better shit to do. But here he comes. Christian and all. This non-violence. Well, we'll just shame them into grace and love and righteousness. We'll just shame them. You're dealing with the devil. There is no shame. There's no remorse. There's no shame. There's no regret anywhere in these people. There's no love. There's no heart. There's no humanity. There is no creation in these people. This thing, this entity, does not exist. Yet, when you're confronted by, oh my God, an elephant just got loose at a circus, you run for your life. Oh my God, get the kids, run. The elephant the tiger, God forbid, just got loose. Well, the white devil is loose. You understand? And so, every year, I've read to you the full speech of Dr. King. Didn't do it this year, thanks to my brother Kai. I was seriously distracted. But I was preparing for that this year at the time that Kai and his family showed up, you know. My purpose for always reading that entire speech, that and the mountaintop speech, is because, first of all, the mountaintop speech is about 45 minutes long, and the I Have a Dream speech is 6 pages. It's not just, it doesn't start at I Have a Dream. That's the last cadence of it. Because the other shit is an indictment of this bitch. Do you understand? So at the end, Dr. King was waking up. We have to give him credit for that, or at least it appears. There was meetings with Malcolm. There was even photo shoots and photo ops and things like that. He also met with Elijah Muhammad, who was a piece of work. But whatever, you know, and he, oh God, I can't say this without slandering him on this, because, you know, all those Nation of Islam people, everybody, there's something Muhammad, something Muhammad, something Muhammad. Well, Elijah Muhammad was Elijah something else before that, I think Poole. And then he became Elijah Muhammad. And then they would put in their big banners, there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. They never tell you there's a prophet Muhammad that the prophet Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, spoke about, the one who will come after him, that's the dude who the Quran was sent to. No, this must be the dude. So he had them thinking he was the prophet. Like, he's the messenger. Because they would say, because when they introduced him, they say, the messenger is about to speak, the messenger. So dumbass black people who still believe Christ is the Son of God will believe that shit too. Anyways, it had to be said. So Dr. King was, you know, looked like he was waking up at the end. And we even have a quote from him that says, you know, I fear that I've integrated my people into a burning house. You know, it's the most psychotic thing that you could do is to move in or join with your oppressor. That's like a rape victim going, I know 80 other apartments are available, but I'll just move in with one that raped me. If I could just I could get a room, just if I could, you know, come on. That's essentially what we did. We sat and got bloodied and beaten and had dogs and holes and shit turned on. So what, we could sit with a fucking white devil? For what, bitch? What? They say this phrase now, who does that? Your bitch ass did that. There's no honor in that. There's no privilege. There's nothing there. And for them, it was just economics. They show you that in George Floyd. Oh, we didn't mean that whole bus integration thing. That was just so we could get money. We didn't care about you. You know, and they're very flippant. Like I say, white people have no fucking lodging with the Jedi. Just, there's nothing here at all. Nothing. 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 Do you understand me? Nothing. Even my landlords, they're white and they're Republican, and I fake right along with them, but I have been documenting every fucking day that I've known them since 2003. Do you understand? Documenting everything. Because that's what you do when you're around white folks. You document. From the moment you have to introduce yourself, if you do, you start taking fucking notes, bitch. Because you might need them. Do you understand? Quick story for you. My business, my first store, my landlord. Well, one thing the Jedi does well is he reads the fine print. In fact, before I got my brick and mortar, one of the things that pissed him off when I met with him to sign my contract, the lease, I was sitting there reading. No, apparently nobody's ever done that. I'm sitting there reading every page. Just sitting reading. And he was really getting agitated. Because he's a white devil. And they don't like to wait. Especially not on a black man. I'm sitting there reading. This clause here, what's this about? What's this saying? You know, I understand the legal language, but do you understand it that way? Do you understand that? So long story short, under their constitution, you have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that we live in a capitalistic society. That means if my store is in a shopping center, I sell what the fuck I want. Well, you can't sell that. Well, that's not in the clause, so I'll sell that. You see. And then the crescendo was when some of my competitors were starting to now take on merchandise that I was selling. Well, I took on merchandise they were selling. Particularly, I know that my people, and I had to really war with myself over this. I know my people smoke this bullshit, these cigars. The name will come to me. And the bullshit for their weed. And cigarettes. Well, I have a Muslim brother that has a warehouse and is able to secure those items for a very good price. But how I reckoned it with myself is I would get my tobacco license and then I would only sell it to my people at cost. I would not make a single penny in profit. It was just it was a principle move for me. I needed to strike back. Cause it's that or put fucking rocket launch grenades in everybody's shit. So you can see I made the better choice. I'm not being funny. So the landlord sends the maintenance guy into my store with a 3-day pay or quit, or a 3-day notice, like to stop or quit, to cease, like stop the shit. Well, there was a little clause in the contract that said neither party will start any form of litigation or anything like that unless we go to arbitration first. So you're in violation of you're in violation of contract now. All right. So therefore, I will sue you. When I did that, I was very successful. Thank you very much. But, and why did I tell that story? I hate when I segue off. It'll come to me. But anyway, damn it! Somebody remind me what I was saying, you guys. And then, by the way, while you're going to remind me that Chigs says David Icke, as we know him, has only been around since 1991. Okay. Which is funny because that's the year I was born. That is so crazy. That wow. That is just... You just never know when it's going to happen. You can't tell. I know, right? Hooks ever? But you're going to explain that name to me. I'm going to be standing outside of your address tomorrow. Trust and believe. No, but I know, right? Like, he just took it off. I don't understand. It could have been a white devil. The melanin is too hot up in here. It's too hot. It's too hot. It's too hot. Y'all remember when I first started? Y'all have been with me since 2014. I see white devils infiltrating all the time. They don't even see me now. Because I understand exactly what I say to you. Fuck these people. And I made that very clear. I told you when I first started on YouTube, I had 5 subscribers. Literally. And when I was in the very low, like, 2-digit... and I was still... I'm the same dude. It doesn't matter what background you put behind me. I'm the same dude. And they would come and they were like, your channel's never going to grow because you alienate white people. Like, they're the standard for fucking success. not. You know, and listen, you guys, even when I opened my business, I could have opened anywhere at the time when I opened my business. And I opened my business specifically in an all black neighborhood because the value was greater than business for me. I knew that those little ones that were going to come through the door, and the grown ones too, but them little ones were going to come through the door, and the teenagers. Oh man, you work here? No, man, I'm the owner. The value of that. And I had a TV set up in the back. And I always ordered pizza. So anytime you came to my store, you can get you a slice of pizza, and you're going to sit your bitch ass out there and watch 500 Years Later. You're going to watch probably a 6-hour Kennedy expose. You're going to watch Africa to America. I mean, I had Hidden Colors. I mean, all the shit. Like, I had people that spent the day in my store watching shit and me lecturing them. Do you understand? This is long before you ever knew me. And the value of that was everything. I purposely did that. I can tell you now, there's a sister that owns it now, that has a beauty supply. And when I walked in there, I said, "So good to see you, my sister. I paved the way for you." You know? And she couldn't believe when she saw pictures of my store. She goes, "Is that the same store?" I'm like, "That's the same store." She needs my guidance, I must tell you. But we won't get into that. That suggests facts not in evidence. Then we're going to move to strike, and we're just going to anyways, I was trying to close and say, "Oh my God, whosoever you said, my son Nasir, that's the name of my prince, my nephew. My son Nasir changed my profile name and picked Fortnite. I assure you, I'm an African queen, and my husband's an African king. I don't doubt that. I would feel it. I would know it in your. I would know it. Y'all know me. When I've been on here, I sniff out white devil. I do. I do. I know it. No, but still, it's just why? What is that? Is it? Does it mean? Is it associated with something? My profile name and pick Fortnite. So is that something from Fortnite, which I think is some kind of a video game or something? Anyways, just you should ground him for the rest of his life just for that and tell him I say it. um, anyways, you guys, listen. The price of our freedom is death. It's that fucking simple. And alhamdulillah, to go back to what I was saying, you know, those people knew they were leaving their houses to possibly die that day. And somewhere along the way, we can't leave the house and go to our death. Or at least know that that's a real possibility because we're about to do some shit that could end in our death. If you want something you never did, you gotta do something you never. If you want something you never had, you gotta do something you never did. That's like the golden ratio of fucking life. It just is. If you want something you never had, you gotta do something you never did. You just have to. This is not rocket science. And once again, they're in the streets and they're burning it down and they're throwing the tear gas canisters back. But everybody's out there a fashion statement and they're in Jordans and they're in all of it. And you come on, dude, where's your fucking AR-15? Where's your shit? Where's your chopper at, homie? I'm over it. And it's supposed to be East Coast? Midwest? Okay. I've spoken in the past, though, to you to that point, though, Wilksever, just to say that, you know, everything in my life has meaning. You know, you can always attach something to me. So complete is that people, wherever I've lived, anyone who's I've ever allowed over my threshold that's been in my home, invariably they've all at some point said, "Wow, this I would come if you weren't even here. I would come. I would know this was your house. I just would. Your house feels and looks like you. It just does. Because it's not contrived. I'm not trying to be fancy and fashionable. You know, everything must have some meaning to me. So, with your screen names, let it mean something. Let it mean something. Let it somehow be a representation of you. I opened up tonight even talking about, just because realizing there's people that don't know why I call myself the Jedi. I reminded my audience why I call myself the Jedi. There's a whole thought process behind it. It means something. It's not random. And one of my overall communications to my people over the years I've been on here is trying to raise and elevate your character and your representation. And I've also said how we conduct ourselves here online. That I've demonstrated, with a click of a mouse, especially when I had a big channel. Even still now, I have people watch me from the UK and other parts of the world. But with a mouse click now, I can be around the world. And I always mention the bus boycott of the 1950s because that was word of mouth and a flyer, bitch. A flyer. And they were successful. Now with a mouse click, we could be so effective against this enemy, and we don't. It makes me sick. Because I see the wasted energy, the wasted time, wasted. It's like just taking hands of money and just throwing it into the wind. Quick, give me another one. You're driving 90 down the road just to see it fly. That's us. That's us. That's us. And we have to begin to understand that you're going to have to force unity. This is why Islam is so important. You understand? Or at least the absence of Christianity. There can be unity and intimacy amongst us as a people that does not exist now. Muslims are able to have a certain intimacy because there is a commonality, you understand? And a trust that's not broken, so it's there. It's there. It's there. No, if nobody breaches it, we good. And we don't, so we good. You see? Proving my point of the absence of Christianity, my brother Kai. He's not associating with that. So we're able to have intimacy as brothers, you understand? So we can work together. There's shit we can get done. There's a trust that's unbroken. You understand? We must have that on a large scale. When you meet black folks anywhere, you just stand in line for the supermarket. Girl, what's up? We need to get together. I'm so-and-so, here's my number. Let's get together and just have dinner. Let's talk. Let's connect as African people. That's the starting place. We got to do that. But it's easier to do that when you are with other Africans who share your understanding of our enemy, our environment, and our condition. I don't do well with folks that are not even in the presence of the enemy, only in the presence of me, and they want to defend massa. Get the fuck out of my face now, because I can't with you. I can't. I can't. Like I don't know which one makes me more hateful and more evil and more pissed off. I think it's that. I just can't with that. I'm saying you just can't say all white people. I mean, but I did, and I will, and get the fuck out my face. You see, but sadly, the seduction has been and is such that there's any population of us really, I don't know the number, that haven't had the experience, haven't had the sting, and then your geographics influence it. You see, you live out west, you in Malibu someplace, you don't really, you, like Kobe probably didn't really know it. You feel me? Most of these famous folks had a chance to know it but have forgotten it, and it's a life past now. It's something they see from afar and they don't really identify with it now. You know, even these little bitch ass rappers is getting pulled up by the police every day. They still hooking up with white bitches. So is there really an understanding? I think not. We don't hear it in their rap. Because listen, when something's on your heart, it must come forth. Like I told you about my grandmother, when the soul's full, the tears drop. You understand? When the anger is there, you gotta act out. You gotta release that energy. It's just that simple. So if these rappers that are out there now were like Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five and the Rakim, Eric B and Rakim, and people like that were getting that fury about Public Enemy, like telling this is the fucking enemy, dude. Like this is some bullshit, and these people gotta go. You understand? We don't hear that now. It's out of the music. So why would our kids think that this is the devil? They rap about every fucking thing else except the fucking enemy of our people. Every damn thing. As my aunt used to say, you tell everything. Everything. But that's the truth. They talk about everything except for that. And when shit like this happens, who's heard from a celebrity yet? Huh? I'm sorry? They're waiting for their white devil publicist to tell them what is okay to say right now. Oprah's the queen of the earth. Where's her fat bitch ass at? Why does she have to put her hands up and say, I think this is murder? Huh? Where's Gail's bitch ass? I mean, it's so many bitch ass people, dude. Like, I can't. I can't. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. And I more than likely the first person I will hear from will be T.I. He's been consistent with his passion, his defiance, and his fury. Still wish he would act. But we just don't see it. You know, the days of the photo of Muhammad Ali, my king, who I'm also possessed by. I have several heaping teaspoons of his defiance and sacrifice it all in the name of what's right. I told you guys there's many jobs I lost, knowing I'm going to lose my job because I'm about to do the fucking right thing. Muhammad Ali did the same thing. We'll take your fucking career. We'll take your boxing license, you nigger, if you don't sign up for our fucking illegal ass, fake ass Vietnam War. Fuck you, bitch, he basically told them. That's a man of principle. I don't respect anything more than that. Or less. It must be principle. But gone are the days of the photos when he told this white devil, fuck you and your war, and kiss my ass. And there was all the major black athletes of the day around him. Had come to his side from wherever they were in the country and the world to stand with him and say, we support our brother. But I wonder, I'm sure I'll be able to Google a photo of current day said athletes, a photo of them with Colin Kaepernick. I'll just Google it now and I'm sure I'll find it, but I won't. Because everybody's a punk ass bitch now. And it's just like our brother George was saying, on that ground, literally looking at the people that could have fucking helped him, but that were gripped by fear because they don't know the one that creates. They don't know. Even the brother, Donald Williams, that was on TV, beautiful brother. I've given him high marks tonight. But he said his own words, but I got a family, you know. It's a lot of things he had to think about. Well, again, we don't have that luxury. I understand the brother is saying that. But you gotta be, we have people that left their home, that had families and all that, that still went to go and have the dogs and the hoses and the billy clubs, and they were going to jail and they could die, and some of them did, because they had to make a better way. That's just the price. You understand? If we want something we never had, we're going to have to do shit we never did. And that means there's going to be some luxuries that's going to have to go. Yes, you're going to have to leave your fucking wife and kids and goddamn at home. And they may not see you again. Damn it. That's what's real. You get into a car accident, they come to fucking help you at the scene. Sir, this is going to hurt, but we're going to have to do this. And they just do what they got to do. Because the goal is what's important. That's what we got to get. That's what we got to get. But nobody wants to break a nail. Nope, no heavy lifting for me. I can't. I just got my bundle did. I can't. Well, I'm going to scuff my Jordans. Well, they got guns. So do you. Damn it. Stop buying bundles of Jordans and go get your ass a fucking weapon today. Because nobody would even had to probably use a weapon. They could just say, let him up now. Let him up now and we good. Let him up. Let him up. Let him up. Because if it was us killing them every fucking day, by now they would already had a citizens intervention clause, some bullshit. That if white people see a black officer brutalizing their white bitch ass, they have the right to step in. We need that. And it don't have to be official. You just unofficially start doing it and it becomes official. Who's going to tell us no? We got the body count to prove it. What am I missing? That's all it would have took. Somebody just strapped and ready to say, let him up. Let him up. Let him up and we're good. Let him up. I'm not here to interfere with your arrest or any of that bullshit. Just let him up. Black Queen by nature. I feel you. He has changed it now. Black Queen by nature. I love that. 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 That's what I mean. Like, isn't that something? And then now you're gonna have to get your picture up, because I've said, especially with my women, y'all. Every time I've had any of my sisters, especially when I was going hard, back in the day, like, if you don't got no picture, don't fucking talk to me, and I'm over you. Like, what are you scared of? And come out of the shadows and stop it. And I'm over it. And I went on and on for my people for the longest. Like, get a fucking picture up. I can't talk to walls. I can't talk to emojis. I can't talk to fake this. But particularly with my women, every time okay, Jedi, I find it's a fucking beautiful ass black woman. Like, why were you fucking hiding to begin with? What are you doing? Like, that should be on Essence or somebody right now. Like, what are you doing? So, this is no different. And so, you should do that. So have Nasir tell him I said, get that camera and click and get you hooked up, my sister. But I love the name. I love that so much. Black Queen by nature. Like what? Just done. Like I love that so much. I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. General System Theory. Here we're back again with that name. Jedi, I love you. I love you. I love your thinking. Well, I do too, but I hate your name. Just keep it 100 with you. General System Theory. What does that mean? Like I can't even. Like I can't with you. I cannot with you. Thank you for your compliment, but come on, come with something creative and put a picture up for the love of God and all things holy. Uh, what? Chigs says, who is we? Or you just asking in general? In general, Alhamdulillah. Bismillah. Listen, we have to love ourselves, everybody. We gotta love ourselves enough to die for ourselves and to kill for ourselves. As Malcolm said, to be treated as a human being and have the rights of a human being and to bring it into existence by any means necessary. He meant that shit. He meant that. I love him so much, y'all. You know, there's always a standout. I tell you, when you have more than one, there's always a standout. And of all the people that I'm possessed by, I have pieces of all of them. Malcolm is the crescendo for me. He's the icing on the cake. Do you understand that for most of the 1990s, I wore Malcolm X glasses? Wallahi. I wore Malcolm X glasses. I don't even wear glasses. And I wore Malcolm X glasses. I specifically went to buy a pair of, I needed glasses that looked like the ones Malcolm X wore, and I began to wear those. That's how I was. And I probably even still have my medallion here that has a fucking big X on it and his picture on the back. Hold up, let me see if I have it, y'all. It's worth it. Oh my God. Alhamdulillah. I'm such a consistent man, dude. Listen, everybody, before I say anything else, establish consistency in your life. When you do that, you will never lose your car keys. You will never misplace stuff. You'll always be able to trace your entire day back. I know who I am. I know what my tendencies are and what I do. I am consistent. I was able to go and lay my hand right on this because I always hang my necklace of knowledge and wisdom. And any and all medallions I've ever owned and any place I've ever lived, I hang my shit on my bedroom door. That's where it's at. I've always done that. That wherever I'm gonna stay, that's where you're gonna find that at. And so this, I've had this for many years. It's leather. I don't know if you could see if it's coming across. And on the back is a picture of my king. Yes. So that anybody that would encounter me knew exactly where I stood before I spoke a fucking word. X, bitch. You understand? But I love Malcolm so much because he represents the defiance and the articulation and the control. You understand? That's what I've not mastered. Control, like when it comes to my verbiage. You know, like I can't speak nicely. He spoke with fire without using profanity. I cannot. I'm pissed off and everybody needs to know about it. I need to use words that articulate my pissed offness. He raised his voice and spoke more forcefully. You understand? So, I love him so much. I love Malcolm X, dude. I love him. I just, me and my father, many years before my father passed away, when I was trying to still communicate with my bitch ass family, one of my sisters, he was staying with one of my sisters, and I would pull weekends or all nighters, and I would stay in my dad's room. I would put a pallet on the floor, and we always did all nighters. Like we would listen to, and part of those all nighters, we would listen to just lectures from Malcolm X. He's been a part of my life, part of my influence, part of my fabric for a very long time. Even as a child, I knew who he was. I knew what that meant. I knew the energy that I felt when I heard his name. You know what I'm saying? And people talked about him, and I knew what he represented, something that was intriguing to me. I knew it. It was a calling almost. And, you know, just as he became more and more real to me and more present in my orbit, it was an obsession, you know. I remember when the movie Malcolm X came out. I was 5, K.R. Watkins, if you're still watching. Anyways, me and some friends, we had gotten dressed up. We were going to go to the theater and see it. We got dressed up. We made it a formal occasion. And what pissed me off, we came out of the theater, a row of fucking horse-mounted police. I was ready to blow up everything in this bitch that night. We had a beautiful dinner before the movie, and I feel like we had Mexican food. And then we saw the movie. And it was already all of that you were thinking about. The movie didn't piss me off. I knew the story. I just wanted to see the cinematic play out. I know the story. I could have wrote it. But you come out and you see fucking horse-mounted fucking police. And if you weren't violent, you were ready to be. Just on the street. You understand? White people are the devil, and we are the thing they fear the most on the fucking earth. I know that. That's why I've tried to push and push and push for unity of my people. Excuse me. Because I know that's the greatest threat against their ass. When we don't give a fuck about them, don't include them in shit, don't allow them in shit. Like I said earlier, they're out there marching and protesting now, and white people are in the midst of them. Should not be happening. Anytime we march and protest, if we're going to do that dumb bullshit, we should have a perimeter. You understand? And we have brothers standing there just like this, while everybody else behind them is tearing up shit and rioting and whatever they're going to do. Any white people, nah. You go 6 blocks over, homie. We don't need you here. We just don't need you. We don't need you. No women, no children, and definitely no fucking white people. Take your bitch ass. And no so-called brown people either. Black men only. Period. That's it. Those are the images that are going to go around the world. Because then the narrative has to be when they speak. Black men were in the streets tonight. Or here's another shot of black men doing this. Black men. Otherwise, it's just rioters. Just protesters. No, bitch. Black men. That's why it's so significant. I always tell you. In every fucking police incident we've had, it's always the woman who speaks. I'm sick of that. Name me a case where a male spoke. I'll wait. I'm literally going to wait. Name me a case where when the family spoke, it was a male that spoke. I'd like to, because maybe I don't remember. But go ahead, tell me. I'm waiting. I feel you, general system theory, which I hate saying. I'm not even calling you that anymore. And I'm requiring that you change that before the next live stream so that I have something I can call you that sounds like a human being. When you come to the throne, come with respect. You're literally in my house right now. So respect me on my terms. I demand that. I give respect, therefore I demand it and I get it. But to your point, we didn't know at the time that our brother had a white bitch. And I've not seen that confirmed. I've not seen, although somebody did say in the last stream they had a quote from her that she was calling for grace and all of this. I'm over the bitch. But we didn't know that at the time. So he still would have been worthy of us saving his bitch ass. Do you understand? T, that's a good try, but not Trayvon. Because Sabrina spoke. She spoke. Tracy later spoke with Sabrina. You see. But it was Sabrina, sadly. But appreciate you. That's the closest we've come. I'll give you that. Jigs, it's an idiomatic expression. You're not supposed to take it literally. By the way, David Icke is well known here in the UK. Oh, you're talking to T. Sean Scott, shout out to you. This shouldn't be the black woman always speaks. Because it's just, the black man is the one being killed. Why isn't the brother standing up? We never have us representing and standing up. Like I gave you the example. When we see the protesters in the streets, it's never just fucking black men. It's all these other fucking people. And women and children. Damn. In this shooting, there was the wife. This was a sister, y'all. Some kind of family. It was a sister and two dudes. Big, burly dudes. I thought they were bald-headed. But one was just unconsolable, bent over. They were sitting on a couch. He was just uncontrollable. Maybe it was one of his brothers. I don't know. And the other one was kind of stoic, and he was sitting on the other side of her. She was sitting in the middle. And she was the one speaking. It's always the women. They always put the women up to speak, as if our men cannot fucking speak. Yet, when something happens to any other culture, it's a male speaking most of the time. The shit is on purpose. It's become a pattern, therefore it's on purpose. That I'm sitting up here bitching about it lets me know it's on purpose. Because what are the odds that that would happen? Who are they, T? No, Sean has been in the room before, and you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know, trust me, I will shut him down. Because there was somebody that I told the other night. I don't remember who it was. Was it Sean? I don't think it was Sean. I think it was somebody else. I have to watch my own damn video. I don't remember. But I was telling the dude, like, I know you have issues with women. I can tell by the shit you're saying. Like, I already know. Like, I just know already. And of course I was right. But no, I haven't gotten any of those readings from Sean Scott. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, at this juncture, he's fine. I will strike in a heartbeat. Y'all know if I detected somebody is some bullshit. I have no problem with that. I do love you though, T, for that. Cake Wings, you've been revealed. You are killing me. Well, that's my assessment at this point, T. You know, I have very good instincts. You know, I have very good instincts. I do. Very good instincts. Well, like I say, I think it's on purpose. Um, Conscious being. I don't think it's about encouraging them. I think it's about allowing them. I think that the Benjamin Crumps and the Lee Merritts of the world and the Al Sharptons and the Jesse Jacksons, when they get to these families, because they are just buffers for the white devils to keep us off their white asses, to keep us from going and taking the entire fucking precinct. So I'm sure there's some level of them that comes because white people don't want to be told anything, and definitely not by a black man. So a black man staying up there asserting, that's what was so out of place and unique about this brother Donald Williams that was on Cuomo, that was a witness. It was a brother telling it, the whole thing, and having his say, and talking about being as a child, how they used to have to run home trying to beat curfew, but they was more afraid of the police than their parents, and breaking curfew, they was more afraid of the police. I mean, he really was emotional. I love this brother so much, but it was otherly almost, because they have to put a black woman up all the time, and I think that's being done on purpose. I think it's being done on purpose. It's being done on purpose. Even when there's a man available, we'll recall that in the death of our brother Mike Brown, his Kool-Aid colored hair mama was the one speaking. Her dude was right there, could have spoke, but didn't. I believe these men are being told, let the woman speak. You understand? I believe that. You know what? I just thought of one that spoke, y'all. Allahu Akbar, all knowledge is with Allah. Kendrick Johnson. Stuff with newspaper, died in a gym mat. I saw many interviews with his father. Just his father. So much that I only see his father in my mind right now. I can't even see his mother. Couldn't tell you what she looks like. But I see his father in my mind's eye right now. Kendrick Johnson. And ironically, before this situation that happened with Kendrick, I had a kid that worked for me named Kendrick, and he looked like that. He had the beautiful dreads and everything. He was that chocolate. I loved Kendrick. Kind, trustworthy. He was a beautiful young brother, and his name was Kendrick. I thought it was him when I first saw the kid. I'm like, is that Kendrick? Is that the Kendrick that I know? But you know what, T? I love your, like, let me find outness. I do love that. Don't stop. Don't. And people will understand that more, as you're around more and more. You, like, I get you. I love that. I relate to that. I get it. I'm with you. Trust and believe. I feel you. I do. And why? Something just happened on. I'm just watching the chat. I'm not really watching my video. But in my video, I just got up off the couch. But yet I'm still sitting here. Am I a ghost, everybody? How am I not on my couch in my video and I'm right here? I don't understand. Oh, this is still back when I went to get the Malcolm X medallion. I can't. Wow. Can you say bullshit ass phone, boys and girls? At first say white man's the devil. Okay, alright. Okay. Now, bullshit ass phone. Okay. And the other thing I want to say this about you too, T. Like, people tell me that I write the same way that I talk. I do. I write exactly how I talk. And I feel like you're the same way. Because I could almost hear you when I read stuff you type. I love that. I love that. I love that. And you're able to, like me, you get your point across with your punctuation, so I know how you're saying it, and I love that. I dig you. I dig you. I do. I do. I love that. All right, let me hurry and get off of here, you guys. Okay. Look, T says, okay, I'll fall back, bro. Sean says, I was listening the other night. Yeah, I know. Okay, okay, Sean, but and then my cave dart is normally pretty accurate, so you are everything. Oh my God. No, it's the Mandela effect. You are too much. Oh my God, I must see you, girl. You're a mess. I love it. Yes, I love that. I love that. I love that you type the way you talk. I love that so much. I do. I love that. That gives me joy. So where do we go from here? Well, I feel like that the White Devil is now. While I love that our brother Donald was on Cuomo, I've also been consistent to say that when something happens to one of us, we don't say shit. We don't, because key people were being interviewed on TV that shouldn't be speaking before a trial. Because the first thing this White Devil, and we've seen it, so it's not like I imagine this in some fantasy. The first thing this White Devil will do is say, well, this person, went on CNN, they were paid money. Well, they said, and because they're all collusive and the same devil, Cuomo was I listened very closely to his questions. Were they probative? Were they just inquisitive? Or were they journalistic? That's the separation I was making for myself. And when he wanted to know, so what did you hear? Because when Donald first started, he was giving a little bit about himself and sort of leading us into the atmospherics of his day and his feeling and what he was doing and all that, just setting it up for us more clearly. And at one point, Chris just comes in and goes, "So what did you see? Like just get to the prosecution, really. I'm a white devil. I don't have time with you. And I really don't care about this because I'm a white devil and I have to act like I care." But so and him and Don Lemon tell him, I love you, bro. I love you too. Fuck you, bitch." And Don Lemon eats that shit up like a goddamn moth to a flame. I'm over it. Never know when you're gonna need the punch, y'all. Always keep you some black cherry punch at the ready. You just never know when your nerves will get worked up. But then he was saying, when he was telling us, that it wasn't just on his neck. It wasn't like on the back of his neck, like on the spine part. It was on the jugular, like where the arteries and the veins and everything are at. How long would you say he was there? They're trying to pin him down on a timeline. And then it comes out in little quick moments when he brings in the mayor and he's still got our brother up there. He says, whether they did something wrong or they didn't, we don't know right now. And then going, no, bitch, whoa, stop. That's why I stopped. Screech, stop tires, wait. We can't allow that language because we do know. That's like you just said something about my mom and you're just going to go on like I didn't hear that. This is that. You feel me? So they are still looking for, in fact, the brother Rashad, who was the owner of one of the businesses, said why he released his video is because he's sick and tired of this bullshit of we don't know what happened before the video started. He said I was just sick of that and I needed it to be seen that I'm through with that. there was no fucking struggling as we knew it. This was white devil murder. You understand? That's why I say we can't have any respect or admiration or anything for a fucking cheap ass police costume. You can get that shit at the thrift store, bitch. I'm over it. It's life and death for us. And let us not be seduced by a fucking costume. You know, it's like my wife said, even though we got into a big fight after she wrote this. I kind of wrote it, but I don't want to get into a fight over it. When she says, it's an interlude, again, on the Rhythm Nation album. When she says, in complete darkness, we are all the same. It is only our knowledge and wisdom that separates us. Don't let your eyes deceive you. Well, just a second, wifey. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay. All right. Okay. But alas, if she wants to tell me that's just us, I'm good with it. Because when I think about it more, I really think Janet really was kind of, the album would be commercial, it'll sell to everybody, but alas, she was working with Jimmy and Terry. They were in Minneapolis, of all places, when they produced this album. And she was deep. This is when she had really come out from the bubble of the Jackson compound and all that. And she was really like, this is some bullshit. Like, what? And that's what Rhythm Nation is. So when I quoted for you even the interlude to, I think it is Rhythm Nation. Yeah, it's the lead-in. We are a nation with no geographic boundaries. That sounds like black people. Bound together through our beliefs. We could say our struggle. We are like-minded individuals sharing a common vision, pushing towards a world rid of fucking white people. I say, but she said rid of color lines. That sounds like, you know, like we'll let it be commercial. People will just think it's everybody, but we're really talking to black folk. Maybe Michael took a page out of her book, because towards the end, Michael was putting out stuff like, just, this is for black people. Let me disguise it as something else, but it's really for us. I broke down in one of my videos. You can go watch it, anything that I've done on Michael. Another part of me, Michael understood we are the fucking Israelites, and he was talking about us and letting white people know their time was basically up. Like, this is our planet, we run this shit, and your time is up. Goodwill to you. I mean, and then he got more forceful, you know, when he came with the promo for the History album and the fucking the army that went on for 500 years, and he had the silver and the shit and the fucking statue. God damn, Michael was the beast, homie. And it was everything. it was everything. But when he came with they don't care about us. That was it. That was it. That was the last thing they could stand. Because jealousy is also another attribute that is born with these people. I've lectured to my people over the years and told you jealousy is not a natural human emotion. I hear parents or even owners of pets, oh, she's jealous of the other dog. Bitch, jealous what? How? How, bitch? You're visiting that on a fucking dog. They're not jealous. Or they say, she gets jealous of her brother, and this was, they're jealous what? Now, there becomes jealousy. It is a learned reaction, response, behavior from white people. It is not a natural human emotion. Again, we default back to the child. Every child, listen, I've argued one of my friends down over this one time, years back. He's a Christian. Anyways, I was trying to get him to understand. Because I know this to be true. I can go anywhere on the earth. And I meet any child who's not been polluted by adults. They could have just gotten something they cherish and have been wanting. They could have wanted an ice cream cone. I go, can I have some? They'll give me the entire thing. and they just love that you're enjoying it. Now, here, let me give it to you. It's the most beautiful thing. But my point is that is the natural inclination of a soul to just want for you. I want this for you. I want this for you. Not, damn it, you have that. Urgh. That's white people. That's whiteness. It just is. It just is. Whiteness comes, or jealousy comes from white people, everybody. It's not a natural human emotion. It's a learned response, behavior, reaction from them. That's what it is. That's just the damn truth. You don't have to like it. And for the third time in the stream, I've lost my train of thought. But um, wow, there's always so much going on in my head. Because when I'm saying one thing, the universe is already giving me my next something I'm going to say. Because it's all so woven, and there's other stuff that's connected by default, and just anyway, we have to Michael, and the whole, it was the last straw, and they hated him because they couldn't produce anything greater than him, and how this was the last straw because, as he said himself, he was just a great person and all that. Their eyebrows went up after Off the Wall outdid anything before it ever. And then when Thriller smashed anything ever in the history of everything, he said overnight he became a homosexual, he became a pedophile, he became a wacko jacko, he became everything but a child overnight. And I know from having worked in very high up corporate jobs and things like that, that's why I've told my people, if you just work at the lower level, no shade, but the lower level is you work at Walmart, or you're a bus driver, or you work at McDonald's. There's honor in that. Get your coin. But you're not really seeing the devil. You'll see Karen and Becky, the bitch that'll call the cops on you at the park or something. The higher up you go in this society, you see the face of the devil. That's the other thing that gives me the acumen and the requisite to speak about these people the way that I do in their various incarnations, because I've experienced them from the playground to the fucking boardroom. I know them. 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 But I'm also very good also at seducing them to get my way. You gotta know them to play them. They're playing us every fucking day. Make them think you almost kind of friendly with them. Proverbial dagger behind your back. Yeah, how you doing? You see, ready to strike. And the switch is always hot with the Jedi. I always tell you this. But the higher up you go, that's why Obama has white hair now. Not because he aged, but because he saw the devil. The devil. You understand? The higher up you go, the higher up you go, the higher up you go, you see more and more of their true evil. Just true evil. True evil. True evil. I've dealt with these people, dude. I know who they are. Like Dr. Maya Angelou said, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them the first time. There's no second chances with me. That's what I'm saying. I have a no white people policy in my life, period, the end, unless I just must interact with you because you're my landlord, or you're the bitch at the register when I check out. And if it's a sister, I'm going to her lane if I have to wait another 10 minutes. But if I don't have that choice, then I have to go through your white. I just have a no white people policy because they're toxic to my entire existence. You understand? And I just lost you guys completely because this bullshit ass phone just went completely dead. So I'm not gonna plug it in. I'm gonna land. just to say that where we go from here now, everybody, is you're going to have to do some soul searching. I used to always say, and I say again, we have to separate the weeds from the grass. Either you're a martyr or you're a victim, and there's a difference. You got to figure out which one you are in this hour. Shiro, I love you as I leave. Yeah, I just seen you pop up. Because usually when I'm talking to you guys, I don't look at me and I don't look at your chat. I only look at the camera and I look at your chat on here. I hate these people that do these videos that you can tell they're looking at themselves the entire time. Like, bitch, just stand in the mirror. You didn't need to do a video. Like, I'm over you. I can't. I can't with that. I need to reach you. You need to see my soul, and you need to feel like that I'm. You feel me? Like what? I'm having a conversation with you. That's the only way I know to communicate. That's it. That's it. That's it. I want you to feel me when I speak. And it's not going to be accomplished if I'm over here looking at myself. Occasionally I look over because I need to know if I need to adjust my do-rag or if I'll obsess on my lighting for a minute or something and then I just move on, you know. It's not about me. It's about what I came to convey. There's going to be another George Floyd. And for all the protesting and tear gas canister throwing, we saw the most of that we ever saw at any one time was Ferguson. If we wasn't going to take out fucking Darren Wilson and George fucking Zimmerman, bitch, they're still walking around, living and breathing. And we're now at, I don't know what number George is. Ironically, his name is George. I don't know how many bodies we got between them. And we haven't gone for none of these motherfuckers. So there will be another George Floyd. And we will stand around and bitch. Black men will not come together and put on our war paint and go hunting like we should have been doing for many decades and generations. So how do we expect the next generation after us to be warriors that will put on their paint and go out and hunt to avenge the deaths of our murderers? We're not calling these law enforcement people just because they write a law and say that's sanctioned and I have on a uniform so that makes it legal and perfect. Fuck you, bitch. You strike me, I'm coming to strike you, your bitch ass too. Know this. Check for me. Sleep with one eye open. If it's a Jedi, don't sleep at all. God damn it. You see. So it's just a generation and a generation of punk ass bitches. And I've said this. How do we, you know, it's one thing when a brother goes off with a white bitch. Well, we really can't be that mad at our sisters because what are we offering them? You understand? Just some penis. You know, we got that in check. But they can't look for us. I always say there's got to be somebody I'm going to go tell. There was always that order for me. In my home, at school, didn't matter. I'm the baby. So, I got a few people I can go tell. When some shit jump out, I'm going to tell. I'm telling. You feel me? And if all they bitch has to piss me off, I'm going to tell my grandma. I'm going to tell grandma. I'm telling grandma. I'm telling her. I'm telling her. I'm going to tell grandma. And our women don't have that. White bitches. A black man is attacking me. Because she know another white devil ass man is coming to save her bitch ass. I wouldn't have filmed her bitch ass. I would have clocked her in the fucking head with that goddamn phone I was filming her with. You understand me? The brother Santa being all polite. Please don't come near me. Please don't come near me. He should be dragged off to a fucking. I mean, it's compounded, dude. But she's doing this shit. Our sister can get on. I'm calling. I'm calling. I'm calling. You feel me? I'm calling. We need our sisters to be able to do that, and we coming. You strike fear, goddamn it, we strike fear. So we don't offer our women any protection, any guarantee. Too many of our brothers have dusty pockets on top of it. What reason do they really have to love us? I'm a tough act to follow. You can't follow me. I'm saying us, but I do not mean the Jedi. Please understand that. But what reason do they have to stay at our side? Our children, our little girls even, and our little boys, but our little girls should know when they see, because they're going to see this, because they little ass got phones and shit now too. They see George dying. They should know Daddy's going to go and kill the men that did that and have that be the fucking truth. And when it doesn't happen, it's not talked about, but it sets up something from here. You see? It sets up a lack of expectation, thereby allowing the installation of something that's a substitute. No expectation, therefore acceptance of, and go along with, and the installment of fear as well. They gotta know I'm on the tail, and we roll out. What? They killed George? What precinct was it? First, let us see the tape, because we want to be righteous. We see him acting a fool, and oh my God, he almost killed 3 people, and oh my God, we go, well, damn, brother, we hate you had to act out like that. You know. But alas, when it ends in clear murder, it's just got to be an eye for an eye. You know, like his family said, that's a start that they was fired. That's a start. You know, and she was a little shady about it. I appreciate it. I love appropriate shade in times like this. I love that. Because you need that. Stop with all this docile shit. I really don't have a feeling and an opinion. Say what the fuck is. You understand? Damn. I told you the Quran says, Allah says to mankind, Aqulu qawlan sadida. Say what is. Say what is. Say what is. And it's so much more powerful than that. Aqulu qawlan sadida. I swear to you, sadly, I don't live in Minneapolis. And it seems like shit is always jumping off where I don't fucking live. I'm sure a lot of us have felt that on some level, but when it wasn't, even though it wasn't where I was living, back in my early YouTube career, if you will, when I wasn't, I still was a very low number as to probably like I am now, long before my hiatus. But when Ferguson broke out, I literally got on here and was trying to get people to a contingency to go to Ferguson. You know, I campaigned for that. Like, I don't know what. Sadly, I didn't know anything about GoFundMe at the time. I didn't know. I can afford to go, you know, I'm going, and I want people that can go. And Allahu Akbar, I had people that really came around. I had at least one brother that stepped up and was ready to go. And then, but there was people that stepped up. This was the thing that really impressed me. There was people that said more than more than a few people, said, Jedi, I can't go, but I'm willing to pay for someone who can. Oh, that was everything. It gave me so much hope. Because I thought, man, if they willing to do that, we gonna get something done. Alas, it didn't materialize, you know. Like I say, it's lonely being me. Because I just don't know anybody that's just as serious as me. You could be in the barber shop or the salon or anywhere where the fellows are at, and you bring up a topic and everybody starts just reciting. There's no heart there. You could stop the whole conversation just by saying, well, are we ready to go do something about it right now today? You'll change the entire complex of that conversation. It's lonely being me. Because I know I can't go by myself. Like the African proverb says, if you want to go quick, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So that principle applies here. If I want to be a Micah Johnson and get blown up by a fucking robot, then I just go by myself. But if I want to get organized and have a real organization that is a force to be reckoned with, then I do what I did for 3.5 years. I try to start the Black Independence Liberation League. And then I realized what my people are really made of. As always, my sisters were just, I had to tell my sister to calm the fuck down. Because as always, they're the first to come forward. And I was saying, no, sisters, we can't do it without you. But you're not going to be in the front lines. The brothers need to step up. It needs to be the brothers. You understand? And as always, the brothers disappointed. They don't want to break a nail. They can't get dirty. They can't, we're just too fucking dainty now. Ask my nephew the time that I really, was ready to fucking kill him dead. I was in New York, and my sister was moving from one place to another place, and me and him went to go get a load to take over to the new place, and we were carrying a dresser. It wasn't that heavy at all, and it was snowing. It was snow. He dropped his in. Wasn't that he dropped his in? Jedi, why did he drop his in? Because his hands were cold. I bitched him out. This was my sister's, the apartment complex she was moving from. There was a lot of units around, like the way that it's set up, and everybody that existed heard me yelling at him. Because for me, it was a precursor of weakness, and I don't do well with weak people. I don't do well with weak men. I don't do well with that. I just don't. I can't. And so that represented that for me. Because I know what my father expected from me. When we have to go out and rake the leaves or something we had to go and do and it was cold and I was cold, get your ass out there, boy. Yes, sir. I got bitch ass out there. And I'm a better man for it. So that's what I must pass down. I saw what my father saw. Nah, bitch. You're not going to be a weak ass motherfucker. Pick that shit up. But my nephew has this thing where he completely clams up. That pisses me off. I should have been in jail for murder of him already. May Allah protect me. But I just don't like that. I just don't do well with weak men. I just don't. I don't like that. males. Because by default, if you are a man, you are not weak. So let us be clear to say weak males. You can be a male all day, but that don't make you a man. You understand? Because as a man and a king, I told you many times, we don't take kindly to imposters lapping around our throne. Certainly I don't. Understand? You're not just a man. You understand? I had to remind my sister of that just here recently, a few days ago. She thinks that now that my nephew's 18, he's a man now. I'm like, no, he's not a man. He's so not. He's so not. This little fucker can't even cook a full course meal. At 18, you still can't get him to clean up his fucking room? That's a man? What did I miss? I'm sorry. And that's just for starters. Okay, what am I missing? I liked about vowel. Y'all get no vowels. Anyways, so he doesn't know how to manage money. He doesn't know how to verbally defend himself against any indictment. Black man, white bitch on TV right now. I'm over it. It's a show, not a commercial. Fuck her. And so there are things, you see, that we're not producing men who will handle situations like this the way that white people will handle this shit. Because they not marching and protesting. The first thing we see with they bitch ass is a gun. On anything. They don't like abortion, they go and kill fucking abortion doctors, bitch. And we just let police just kill us? What am I missing? Now, other black man comes in. She's already talking to a black man that works there. Other black man, now she's on his arm and they're walking out the door. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm telling you, there's a reason why they're doing this shit, everybody. There's a reason, just like at the same time they're killing you, every fucking thing on TV is black man, white bitch. While white bitches are calling phones on black men in park. And black men are still being killed by white devils. Just as, at the time you're looking right there on the screen, U.S. has reached over 100,000 cases, deaths of COVID, allegedly. Anyways, while they're telling you that, they're showing you these pictures of it, just everybody reopening and people in pools and just doing it all. How is 100,000 and then what's numbers rising? Why are you open? So something's up. That's why you begin. White man is the devil. Because if you don't, then you start giving them the benefit of the doubt. And that's where your death comes in. I could go on, but this has been way longer than I think any stream I've done in recent times, certainly. We're at 4 hours. Like, I'm not going to bitch around with the 2 minutes. So, forcefully, I'm just going to end it there. I do think that the protests across the country will become more intense. As I say, out in California, they were breaking the windows on police cars with police inside of them, not like the car was just parked someplace. Loved it. And I think that we're going to see something that won't just be tenuous. I think it's going to be something that has some grit to it. Maybe. I think with each one of these incidences, we march closer to, okay, that's it, we're ready to get armed. And put our fucking line in the sand. And whatever that's going to mean, that's just what it's going to mean. That's why I respect gangbangers. Because for whatever we want to say about them, they have a loyalty, a commitment, trust, unity, and above all, they are fearless. And you don't get to disrespect them, and it's cool. At any level, they will get their fucking respect by any means necessary. I respect that. I respect that. I respect that. Had a whole blueprint of how to harness the gang, the street gang energy to work for us that I articulated parts of, you understand, as a part of my overall blueprint for the Black Independence Liberation League. One arm of that was going to be to harness that street gang energy and use them, in a way that they could really feel productive and really be effective for us. Oh, they're a waiting asset. They don't even know it. Because they have a level of give a fuck that you need for this very thing. They have that. They have that. They have that. Last thing I'll say to that point, and I'll be over. In Roots, certainly in the second iteration of it, it was made more clear. Kunta Kinte, who was a Muslim, we know that. To this point, to this day, the Kinte family is in Ghana, and they are a royal family, and they are Muslims. I told you, most of the slaves brought to these goddamn shores were Muslims. Why is your bitch ass a Christian? Why, for the love of God, why? Anyway, in the story of Kunta Kinte and Roots, they would take the young males away from the village, and they would take them out into the forest and the desert and all of it. And that was a time of transition. It's kind of like when I've spoken about in my video where I say black men need to choose the option of being single. I talk about the fortress of solitude, that time that males need from their mama skirt before they engage with a woman. They got to find themselves and know who they are. This was that. So when the boys go through this ritual of different tasks and things they have to do and certain expectations and all these sorts of things, and then they get their stripes and they come back to the village, and now they can be called a man, ready to provide and kill and take care of and nurture and all that, the family. It's beautiful, so we need that. We need that. Stop anointing that you're a man and shit. A man is willing to die for what he believes in and what's right. If you're not that, homie, get off my sack. The Jedi has spoken, everybody. I'll see you soon.